the arena. Welcome to the 2022 Syndicate Round, CrossFit Semi-Olympic. Week number one, come on in, find a good spot on the floor, in the seats, rather. Teams coming up here in just about 15 minutes. Heat number one for your teams coming up in just about 15 minutes.
Knoxville, Tennessee, the next stop on the road to the CrossFit Games for the 30 men, 30 women, and 20 teams hoping to continue the journey and earn a trip to Madison, Wisconsin. Welcome to the Syndicate Crown inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum for day one of semifinals coverage presented by Noble. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez, and two of the three defending champions are here. Justin Medeiros and CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, hoping that this is the next stop on what they think will be a successful title defense.
Anytime you have defending champions in the field, it's going to be primetime viewing. But to kick off day one in North America for the semifinals, what better way to start than get some heavy barbells popping and get those heavy lifts right out of the gate.
The teams will kick off competition for the first day, then they will hand things over to the women and then the men, and we'll repeat in that order for the next two events. So two events total for the men, women, and teams here on day number one, and we will conclude around 7:15 p.m. local time. Some of the storylines that we will be following here on the women's side: Haley Adams has a chance to really establish herself as a podium contender for Madison. Justin Medeiros looking for a little payback, and CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, how much better did they get adding Sam Cournoyer?
Yeah, some exciting storylines coming into the weekend as a whole, and starting with CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. Yes, they're the reigning Affiliate Cup champions, but they're also the five-time Affiliate Cup champions, going for number 6. And really the only thing that's different here, the new variable to the equation, is individual athlete Samuel Cournoyer, who joined the team this year. And this is our first look at how that piece fits into the equation. Could this be the best Mayhem we have ever seen? And then on the individual side, for the women, Haley Adams, 3 straight finishes of 6th or better at the games. It's a tremendous start to her career, but the one thing she hasn't done since she left the teenage division in 2018 is win. Looking at the field this weekend, it's a prime opportunity for her to do so. She wasn't able to win in sanctionals or semifinal yet. That could change this weekend. And last but certainly not least, the man himself, Justin Medeiros. His transformation into a champion over the last year has been nothing short of incredible, Sean. The last time he lost in live competition, though, week 1 at this stage at the MAC last year. The two men who beat him are in the field. Spoke with him before the competition at check-in. I asked him, is that even in your peripheral? He said, you know what? It is, and I'm coming for some payback.
We will see Justin Medeiros in action a little bit later today, but the teams will kick things off first. Event 1 for them, the Snatch Ladder, up next here at the Syndicate Crown. We are starting off big here at the Syndicate Crown, and thanks for being with us, everyone, for day one of semifinals coverage presented by Noble. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. The heavy barbells are out. Event 1 presented by Monster is the Team Snatch Ladder.
Yeah, we're going to have a ladder format. The men will go first. Each athlete will have 25-second windows to make an attempt, as many as they want in that short window, and progress their way all the way up from 185 to 275 for the women. It'll be 135 to 180. If they make it through the ladder, they have an extra attempt at an 11th platform where they get to call their shot.
Recipe for success for event number 1.
Yeah, the first one's time management. I mentioned those 25-second windows. You know, you assume you're going to hit your lift, but if you don't, make sure you utilize that 25 seconds properly to give yourself some time to make another attempt and make sure that you can transition off for your other teammate. Technique consistency. We say this even at the affiliate with our clients working on a one-to-one basis. Hey, you want to make sure that every lift looks near identical with good technique, consistency across the board. That's a hallmark of the best weightlifters of the sport, and it applies here.
First of 2 heats for the teams, 10 teams on the floor to start. The men will go first, then they will hand things off to the women. Lane number 5, they'll be the 5th team out on the floor, Blues City CrossFit Gold. And for more on them, let's bring in the 3rd member of our broadcast team, Nikki Brady.
Hey guys, so great to be out here on the floor with you today. I had a chance to catch up with Blue City CrossFit in the warm-up area out back. Mr. Stephen Wallace, we're calling him Big Steve Wallace. He's calling a shot for that final platform. 305 is what he's hoping to hit. And that might seem like a big number to us, but to him, he's calling it a number that he's confident he can hit despite being tired after this ladder. So looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Thank you, Nikki. And there is Blues City CrossFit Gold backstage. Stephen Wallace with the headband on. He and Cullen Rouse will be the first 2 men out for them, but it's going to be CrossFit Yakarhu that's going to kick things off here, as once again the teams will make their way onto the floor one at a time, and they will proceed from one platform to another. Each athlete will get 25 seconds to make his or her lift. If they do not hit the lift in that window, they will leave the ladder. The team score is the total of the heaviest lift for each athlete. And Tommy, as you mentioned, you get to that 11th platform, man, you can really put some distance between yourself and some of the top teams.
It's an added wrinkle that we've put in this workout, because if you remember back to 2012, we had a similar team workout for regionals. We get to see a new version of it a decade later, and you got a little extra spice there at the end with the 11th platform.
There it is, 285 on the bar, but remember, they can call whatever weight they want. Now CrossFit Yakarhu is up first. Here's Chase Long with his attempt. No problem for Chase. And now Steve Harris will take over. 25-second window and then a 10-second transition. Harris will be out on the floor at the 35-second mark. Gets right to work, and that is no problem for Steve Harris. So both men from Yakarhu are moving on to the 195-pound barbell. And Man of War CrossFit will be next up at 185. Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester.
And these first couple of bars, Sean, are basically going to be a warm-up. Remember, there's a decent amount of time between when you get staged in the corrals and when you are able to actually make it out onto the competition floor and lift. So a couple of these early barbells are just going to be greasing the groove for these athletes.
On the left is Graham Winchester for Man of War CrossFit. On the right, Chase Long. No problem for either one of them. Steve Harris getting set to come up at 195. On the left of your screen is Andrew Cook for Man of War CrossFit. Harris is good at 195. And no problem for Andrew Cook.
Look at that Camaro crash helmet he's rocking.
I was just going to say, the mullet is making a comeback. Next team out will be Trivium Black and Gold. Javier Galen and Ian Chanelli. Galen in the black shirt. Chanelli's going to be the man to lift first at 185, as Chase Long, bottom of your screen, is at 205 now for CrossFit Yakarhu. So Yakarhu, Man of War CrossFit in the middle, Trivium Black and Gold, your 3 teams now on the floor here. First of 2 heats in the opening event for the teams at the Syndicate Crown. Andrew Cook in the middle of your screen. Javier Galen is on the far left, and Steve Harris on the right. And so far, every lift has been successful. Chase Long up to 215 as Los de la Isla CrossFit has come out onto the floor at 185. Long good at 215. Winchester hits 205. Steve Harris on the right side of your screen at 215. Andrew Cook at 205. 195. Javier Galen and Luis Nunez Hernandez for Los de la Isla CrossFit just at 185.
You're getting better at that, Sean.
Working on it. Now 5 teams on the floor as the 2 men from Blue City CrossFit are making their way out. Stephen Wallace and Cullen Rouse. And we heard from Nikki Brazier before this event started that Stephen Wallace not only looking to clear this whole ladder, but hit 305 on platform number 11 as Chase Long steps up to 225 and makes that for CrossFit Yukahu.
Yeah, and I think this 225 barbell for the men is really when this test starts. You know, you get the first few platforms in, just kind of start to get warmed up. Once you get 2 blues on either side, for most of these athletes, that's a weight they can hit pretty consistently in training. And now, you know, the strength endurance starts to come in as you start to progress up at 10 pounds.
Here's Steve Harris, and he will not be able to make his first attempt. And he does have time to make another attempt. You can lift as many times as you can in that 25-second window, and Harris makes attempt number 2 count, so both men still alive for CrossFit Yukahu, and they will move to the 235-pound barbell.
And that just looked like he rushed it a little bit on the first attempt, because as soon as that bar was down, he was ready to get his hands back on. He was looking at his judge to make sure he could get the attempt in, and seemed like more of a technicality than anything else.
Chase Long, 235 is good. Behind him, Graham Winchester just made 225 for Man-O-War CrossFit. And now Steve Harris, who missed his first attempt at 225, will make his opening attempt at 235. Andrew Cook at 225 for Man-O-War. And Harris is good at 235. Javier Galen at 215 just made his lift. He's in the long black pants, top center part of your screen, now walking towards the right. As CrossFit Yukahu, Chase Long and Steve Harris move to 245. Stephen Wallace from Blue City CrossFit at 205 is on your left as Chase Long hits 245, and no problem for Wallace. Here comes Steve Harris now for his first attempt at 245. As Cullen Rouse will step up to 205 now for Blue City CrossFit Gold. They are on the left side of the screen.
That last lift by Chase, you saw the bar just a little bit out in front of him in the catch. Still made the lift pretty cleanly.
And Steve Harris, after a miss on his first attempt at 225, has been good on his next 2 opening lifts at 235 and then at 245. And now CrossFit Yukahu will step up to 255 pounds.
Sometimes a miss earlier than expected can be kind of a wake-up call. You know, hey, be smart here. Make sure we get these light lifts in. Make sure we're consistent with the technique. Let's not look past any barbells and really dial it in. And we've seen that with 3 consecutive makes after a miss at 225.
Chase Long is good at 255. Next to him, Graham Winchester makes 245. Yukahu and Man-O-War CrossFit are the 2 teams that are farthest on the ladder here. Man-O-War is on the right. Yukahu is right in the middle of your screen, as Steve Harris will make his opening lift at 255. And that is good. If an athlete does step off the platform, it's an automatic no rep. No one has missed yet. Let's go back down to the competition floor with Nikki Brazier.
There's a real mix of energy down here on the competition floor right now, you guys. A little bit of that first event jitters for sure, but a lot of confidence and a lot of energy coming from the crowd as well. When I first caught up with Stephen Wallace ahead of time in the warm-up area before this event, he said that he was pretty confident about that 305 on the 11th platform, but that never say never. It might be a little bit of extra energy from the crowd, from the people here. He might be feeling something that may push him over the edge. We'll see when he gets there.
Chase Long with his first miss, now a second miss at 265, and he's going to run out of time. So Chase Long will bow out with a top lift at 255 for Yukahu.
And that's the first athlete off of the board.
Steve Harris now missing as well.
You can see, you know, the toll starting to weigh in a little bit on these athletes. You know, lifting in these short time windows. Lockout starts to get a little soft. Shoulders start to get tired. Leg drive starts to go.
And Yukahu, Chase Long, and Steve Harris, both with 255 on the board for their teams. So 510 total for the men for Yokarhu, as Graham Winchester will hit 265.
That third pull under the bar was a thing of beauty. You see him slowly gaining speed on the way up and just snapping underneath that bar.
Andrew Cook up next at 265. Winchester, the first man to hit that barbell successfully. And Andrew Cook will make it as well.
Man, we might have to play a game of power or not there, because it didn't look like he broke parallel.
Up to 275 goes Man of War CrossFit, Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester. Next to them now, Trivium Black and Gold, Javier Galen and Ian Shinelli. Shinelli in the all gray will be first up for Trivium Black and Gold. $275 for Graham Winchester is good.
And here's the big question now. If both of them hit it, they only get to send one athlete to make that attempt, right? That's effectively the tiebreaker. We're gonna have a little decision to make if they both end up clearing this ladder.
Shinelli is gonna not be able to hit 265. And he'll hand things over to Javier Galen. He's on the right side of your screen. Here's Andrew Cook for Man of War CrossFit, as both of their athletes will hit 275.
Man, if you want to see how much the competitive field for teams has improved in the last decade since the last time we saw it, look no further here than Man of War CrossFit. You know, the second lowest ranked team coming into the weekend, they have both of their athletes clear the ladder at 275.
Javier Galen is still alive for Trivium Black and Gold as he chalks up his hands. Both Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester, whoever's going to lift there, they get this minute to rest, and then they'll go out and make their lift on the 11th platform. They're talking things over with the judges right now to figure out who's going to go and what weight they want.
And they get a 1 minute transition before that 11th barbell to make sure they call their number and get it loaded properly.
Here's Javier Galen at 275. And he will make that. Next to him, Luis Nunez Hernandez made 265 for Los de la Isla CrossFit.
Galen was power snatching a lot of the earlier bars. You can see by his footwork in that last lift, maybe he's not as comfortable pulling all the way underneath, kind of shooting the legs out a little bit wide, doing that starfish that I like to do for most lifts.
Andrew Cook is going to be the man who is going to head to the final platform for Man of War CrossFit. 290 on the bar for him. Stephen Wallace at 265 has made that. Here is Andrew Cook for Man of War CrossFit. One attempt at 290. Loses it out the back. But both athletes for Man of War CrossFit, both male athletes, Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester, clear 275. There is Luis Nunez Hernandez, the only man left for his team, making 275.
Might not want to read that, Sean. My Spanish isn't great, but I spoke with members from the Blue City CrossFit team. Stephen Wallace did this in training and already cleared the ladder, and he hit 285 afterwards.
Javier Galen for Trivium Black and Gold is at 295 on the 11th platform. And he will not make that. Stephen Wallace on the left was able to get 275. So Galen does have that 25-second window still. He can make a second attempt. And he will make it. They're going to say no rep.
And Sean, that's because you have to complete the lift before the time is done. It's not a matter of you got to start the lift and you can complete it after your window is closed. If the lift is not finished by the time the 25 seconds are over, it's a no rep. A little bit different wrinkle here that you have to be aware of as an athlete.
Luis Luis Nunez Hernandez for Los de la Isla CrossFit is stepping up to his weight at the 11th platform, and Stephen Wallace is taking his 1-minute rest after clearing the entire ladder. So 285 now on the bar for Hernandez, and give me a break.
He probably should have called for a heavier weight there. That looked easy. Los de la Isla representing Puerto Rico. Nice to see a little international flair here. And now Stephen Wallace, one of the reasons why he was so confident is not too long ago, he actually did Isabel, which is, you know, a classic CrossFit workout, 30 snatches for time. He did it at 275, and he did it under 15 minutes, which basically is doing a 275 snatch every 30 seconds for 15 minutes. So the volume typically isn't something he has a problem with.
Stephen Wallace has thrown 305 pounds on the bar. 25 seconds once we hit the 15-minute mark. And remember, the lift has to be completed when that time frame is done. 305 for Wallace. And he will make it. Calling his shot early, and Stephen Wallace clears a ladder and then hits 305 to boot, and that will help Blue City CrossFit Gold here in the opening heat.
You can see a little bit of the fatigue there with his technique getting shaky, you know, in the legs and shoulders coming out of the catch. But, you know, for a guy who has a 325 listed 1-rep max snatch, the strength, endurance, and being able to kind of call your shot and step up and knock it out of the park is, man, that's the difference between, you know, just your everyday CrossFitter and a guy who has represented Blue City at the games on the team last year.
Well, the Sogo Misfits have moved up to 275 pounds. Justin Reinelbach and AJ Nicely, and Nicely will be first up to 275. .300 pounds on platform 11. That is Dan Hardiman for CrossFit Iconic. And he was unable to make that lift. Justin Reinelbach makes 275. So this is the second team now, Sogo Misfits, that has gotten both of their athletes through the ladder, as CrossFit Yakarhu was the first. Steve Harris and Chase Long both made it through. Man-O-War CrossFit also, sorry, I misspoke. Man-O-War CrossFit, Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester also made it through as well. CrossFit Yakarhu bowed out at 255. So Man-O-War CrossFit and now the Sogo Misfits, the only two teams to get to platform 11 with both of their men.
And based on how that last lift looked, I wouldn't be surprised if they had Justin Reinelbach step up to the plate. He just looked a little bit more smooth, a little bit more comfortable under that 275.
This is Preston Sechting from CrossFit Nashville at 265. He and Justin Holland. Blue City, bottom left, where Stephen Wallace in the headband was able to complete a lift at 305 on that final platform. Now Justin Reinelbach, 285, will make that.
That looks super smooth too. The extra rest there clearly paid off. And it's, you know, easy to say after the fact, but the way that lift looked, you almost feel like maybe he could have gone up another 5-10 pounds. But given that we saw so many other people miss that attempt, you know, just trying to get that extra weight in as the tiebreaker could be all the difference.
Justin Holland is left for CrossFit Nashville. And he's the last man to lift. He's cleared all 10. Stephen Wallace at 305, the heaviest lift we've seen on that 11th and final platform, as Justin Holland now is getting a 1-minute break. So no one lifting right now. Holland is going to stick with 285 on the barbell, it looks like, for Nashville. Sogo Misfits and Manowar CrossFit, the only two teams to get both of their men to the 11th platform, but only one can lift. But it is Stephen Wallace for Blue City CrossFit Gold who has the heaviest lift at the 11th platform. There he is in that headband at 305. At the 20-minute mark is when Holland will lift. We have the 10-second transition right now as Holland tightens up that belt. Secting his teammate watching in the bottom left of your screen. 285 now for Justin Holland. Oh, just missed it.
He's got time.
But remember, he's got to be done at 25 seconds. And he may not know that. He's not going to make another attempt. But Justin Holland made a run at 285, not able to get it. Stephen Wallace calls a shot, hits 305 after completing the entire ladder. And now they will hand things over to the women.
A couple of teams were able to make it through the ladder early. We saw a lot of athletes make it deep into this opening snatch ladder event. Andrew Cook from Manowar CrossFit, the first to make it through, had an attempt at 290, put a good pull into it, just barely lost it out of the back. He'd have to settle with 275. Then Trivium Black, Javier Galan, great job to stick with the lift, but wasn't able to get it within the 25-second window, so that doesn't count. You know what? It counts in our hearts, though. You can go home knowing that at least he made the lift. And then Stephen Wallace called his shot, said he was going to hit 305, loads it up, manages to stabilize it, and he has the top lift coming out of the first heat. Only man to break 300. And you can see his team from Blue City. They are pumped up, trying to go back to the games for a second consecutive year. And a 305 snatch will certainly help that.
Cullen Rouse certainly appreciated that effort from Stephen Wallace. And now the women will be out next. As we'll take a break to take a quick break as we get set for the continuation of heat number 1 here at the Syndicate Crown.
Got some big names coming out here, Tommy Marquette. We got Mr. Rich Froning, one of the many talented athletes, about to come onto the Syndicate Crown floor. To Victory Grips, Trifecta Torque, Goa, also at the border of the Syndicate Crown. Make it a noble, Mike, you look good in those noble shoes, brother. And you look good in that mustache. That's a good looking mustache, sir.
3 minutes. I see Misfit now. Let's talk about who we have coming out here today. Heat 2 of the team snatch ladder event, 3 Bridges CrossFit.
Opening event for the teams here. The Syndicate Crown continues at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Day 1 of semifinals coverage presented by Noble. It's the team snatch ladder. The men for heat number 2 will be out next. Then we will hand things over to the women.
Yeah, the men will start at 185. They'll work their way in 10-pound increments up through the ladder at 275 is that 10th platform. And if they get to the 11th, they get one shot at an 11th barbell to call whatever weight they want.
The recipe for success starts with that time management.
Yeah, we've already seen an athlete make it to that last barbell. And in that 25-second window, if you don't finish the lift before the time is up, then it doesn't count. It's a little bit different here, so you got to manage your time wisely. Technique consistency. We've seen some athletes switch between techniques throughout the ladder and, you know, miss a couple easy lifts. Make sure it looks identical all the way through.
Here's the order in which the teams will be out on the floor. We'll start with 3 Bridges CrossFit, and then, of course, the team that everybody is going to be watching will be last out on the floor. They will go 10th, and that is CrossFit Mayhem Freedom.
Yeah, and the team that everyone expects to run away with the competition from the start. You know, both athletes on their roster for the men, Rich Froning, Samuel Cournoyer, both have a listed 1-rep max snatch of over 300 pounds. So they got a little wiggle room here if they're expecting to clear the ladder. I would not be surprised to see both of them clear it, but then the decision comes down to who is going to take that 11th attempt.
There's Sam Cournoyer in the black shirt next to Rich Froning. Talked about it in the pre-show. Cournoyer, the newest addition to the team, and it was unfair last year when they added Nistler and Williamson. Now they go out to get an athlete the caliber of Sam Cournoyer.
Stand by.
3 Bridges CrossFit up first. Joey Dennison at 185. No problem for Joey, and now Matt Carden will step up. Carden's first attempt at 185. Next up, Triple T CrossFit, Mike McGoldrick and Christopher Nishevsky. Nishevsky's on the left, McGoldrick on the right.
Triple T stands for Training Think Tank. Hoping to make it back. The crew from Alpharetta, Georgia. They qualified for the games last year, finished 31st. McGoldrick, a former individual games athlete as well.
Joey Dennison, no problem at 195. Nishevsky and Carden. Nishevsky on the left, Carden on the right. 3 Bridges CrossFit, Training Think Tank CrossFit. Just getting a good warm up here on these first couple of barbells. Now, SDA, Some Dudes Army on the floor. Logan Jenkins and Manny Martinez Arias. Logan Jenkins, first man up. Joey Dennison is good at 2:05 for Three Bridges CrossFit. And now here comes Matt Carden at 2:05. 25-second window for each athlete to lift, and then there's a 10-second transition. Manny Martinez-Arias, with his first lift at 185, was no problem. And now we will have 4 teams on the floor as Three Kings CrossFit North Alpha, Ross Barr and Michael Spears coming out. There's Ross Barr, Michael Spears behind him.
Three Kings out of Noblesville, Indiana. Three Kings CrossFit in general as an affiliate has put a team in the games in the past.
Joey Dennison on the right at 2:15 is good. Ross Barr makes his opening lift. As we have 4 of the 10 teams here in the second heat for men. Now Carden at 2:15. Up next for Three Bridges CrossFit is the 225-pound barbell. And Hard Knocks will come out. Seth Sharrett and Eric Thomas. Thomas in front, Sharrett in the back. Joey Dennison for Three Bridges CrossFit at 225.
Good lift. You can see him kind of catch a little bit higher, almost like he could have power snatched that, but chose to road it down, maybe trying to keep that primed a little bit for when it gets a little bit heavier and you're going to have to catch at the bottom.
Here's Carden. And he will make 225. So both men for Three Bridges CrossFit, first team out on the floor, are still alive, and they will get ready for 235 pounds. And that will bring out 8th Day CrossFit Black, Michael Pass and Ryan Schaefer. Ryan Schaefer on the right, Michael Pass on the left.
8th Day CrossFit was one of the surprise teams out of the Granite Games last year that qualified. Got a chance to call that with our buddy Chase Ingram. And then they actually performed really well at the games, 14th. Really showcased some strength in the worm events, so something to keep your eye on later on. But, both their 2 athletes have listed snatches at 275 and 265, so wouldn't be surprised to see them make a deep run in this ladder as well.
Joey Dennison for Three Bridges CrossFit was good at 235, and now Carden is going to miss his first attempt. 20 seconds left in his window. Unofficially, the top totals from heat number 1 belong to both Blue City CrossFit and Sogo CrossFit Misfits as Carden misses his second attempt. Both of those teams that I just mentioned, 560. That's unofficial right now. The Dennison remains for Three Bridges CrossFit as Matt Carden is done. CrossFit CLT coming out onto the floor. Dennison good at 245 for Three Bridges CrossFit.
You see in the back right of your screen, Mike McGoldrick has had no problem with any of these barbells. He's got a 305 listed snatch too. You saw him actually power snatch a few of the first barbells.
Joey Dennison is the lead man on the ladder. He is in lane number 7 for Three Bridges CrossFit. That's overtake Team Density waiting to get on the floor. Marco Coppola and Casey Strong.
Marco Coppola has a listed snatch of 335. Now, Team Density from CrossFit Overtake, they were actually the South Regional Champions back in 2016. A friend of mine from high school is actually a part of that team that qualified. And they've kind of retooled a few years in between, hoping to finally make it back. If your team name is Density, I would hope that at least one of your athletes can clear this ladder.
Joey Dennison, meanwhile, is still alive for Three Bridges CrossFit, as Coppola has no problem with 185. And Dennison getting set to move over to the 265-pound barbell. With that, we have our first Mayhem team taking the floor. Mayhem Justice, Ben Davison and Seth Stovall. Davison's going to be up first. Joey Dennison's on the right side of your screen at 265 for Three Bridges CrossFit, and Dennison will make that. 1 bar remaining for him before he clears the ladder and earns a shot at that 11th bonus platform.
You can see he still has a lot of pull left in him at that 265 bar. Still caught it high and wrote it down.
Seth Stovall good at 185. And now Rich Froning and Sam Cornway will be the last 2 men onto the ladder.
I mean, that handshake they just botched might be the only mistake of the weekend they make.
Meanwhile, Joey Dennison is onto the final barbell on the ladder for Three Bridges CrossFit. He and Matt Carden, the 2 representatives for their team. Carden was out at 235. Dennison still alive. First attempt at 275 for Carden, and he will get it. No, he did not stabilize it. Looked like he was on his way up with it and just stumbled there. And now he gets to make another attempt, but you wonder how much that first one took out of him. And Dennison does make it. And he will be able to pick his final weight on the 11th platform. He does get a minute rest here.
And he's going to need every second of that 1 minute after putting 2 attempts at 275. That first attempt looked like he was maybe going to step off the back of the platform, tried to save it and lost it.
You can head to www.nobleproject.com/CrossFit to shop the official training footwear and apparel of CrossFit. You can scan the code on your screen to do that. Mike McGoldrick now for Training Think Tank at 275. And no surprise behind him at 195, Sam Cornway and Rich Froninger not having any trouble.
And here's where I think the cat and mouse game comes into play a little bit. So Mike McGoldrick, we just saw him clear the 275. He's about to watch an athlete take an attempt at the 11th platform. You know, if he goes for 285 and misses, does he stay at 285 just to get the 10 pounds? You can see him looking to the stands to talk to his coach a little bit. Maybe even looking like he's signaling 305 here. If he's feeling good, he has a chance at maybe tying a PR, something that he hasn't hit in a while. Hey, no better reason to ride the lightning here. And if he hits 285, then there's incentive to maybe make a little bit bigger jump and try and break the tie as well.
And Joey Dennison at 285, the first man up on that 11th platform for Three Bridges CrossFit. Dennison unable to save it. McGoldrick on the left side of your screen still talking over strategy here. And meanwhile, behind Dennison, Logan Jenkins and Manny Martinez-Arias from CrossFit SDA are both still alive here, both clearing 265, looking to be the first team to get both of their athletes to that 11th platform. So Dennison was unable to make 285, is now Mike McGoldrick is loading up the bar. 290 is on the placard.
It looked like when we saw him earlier, he was trying to maybe signal for 300, but, seeing 285, get missed, maybe they're going to be a little bit more conservative and just make sure you get the lift here.
McGoldrick, first attempt at 290. Logan Jenkins for CrossFit SDA is good, and McGoldrick hits 290.
And that's just experience there. Normally you see an athlete approach the bar, start to prime, and then, effectively Clark it is the term, where you maybe go to start and just kind of back out. To be able to reset quickly and then hit that lift, tremendous performance from McGoldrick.
Manny Martinez-Arias was unable to make 275, but this is the farthest we have seen two men in the second heat get on the ladder.
Yeah, after that first lift, you could see him soften the shoulders, a little fatigue there, struggling to get lockout. Usually it's not going to happen the second time once the small muscles start to fail.
Martinez-Arias will have a top lift at 265 as Logan Jenkins will be able to make his way to platform at number 11. And that is Eric Thomas for Hard Knocks, who just hit 275.
Ooh. Just like we saw in the first heat, starting to see a little bit of a pile up here at that 11th platform. A couple of teams putting at least one athlete there. And now you got to start to watch and see what's been put out on the board. This is where, having a coach in the stands really pays off. Someone that's been paying attention to what everyone else has been doing.
Rich Froning and Sam Cormier are strolling through the first 5 barbells here. Both of them have just hit 225. There's Logan Jenkins, who looks like he's going to opt to keep 290 on the bar for his attempt on the 11th platform. Jenkins for 290. Behind him, the pair of Michael Pass and Ryan Schaefer from 8th Day CrossFit are both at 275. Jenkins unable to hit 290.
Looked like he was chasing out in front just a little bit. You could see his torso cant forward a little bit. Puts a lot of stress on the shoulders.
Jenkins not going to hit that. Here's Michael Pass missing 275 for 8th Day CrossFit Black. We still have yet to see two men in this second heat get through this barbell. Ryan Schaefer will now congratulate his team as neither one of those men were able to make 275. And up comes CrossFit CLT. Kevin Steinhaus and Hunter Williams are still working here. 285 now for Eric Thomas. For Hard Knocks was no good.
This could be a huge performance for CLT. They came in as the 4th ranked team out of quarterfinals. They're interspersed between Mayhem, Density, 8th Day, teams that have games experience and trying to crack into the top 5 against a competitive team competition. Coming out strong in the lift event certainly helps.
And Kevin Steinhaus still has some time for another attempt at 275 for CrossFit CLT. Second attempt for him won't go. Cornoyer and Froning are on their 8th barbell at 255.
Look at Froning pacing in the background.
Cornoyer is good. On the left of your screen is overtake Team Density. Casey Strong not able to hit 275. Marco Coppola is behind him.
And Casey has power snatched all of the barbells leading up to this, so it's the first time we've seen him try to go below parallel.
Go back down to Nikki Brazier on the competition floor.
Watching Rich Froning down here is truly like watching a master class. This entire ladder, he has not stopped moving. He's either pacing, walking up to the barbell, shifting his weight. That comes from experience. It's obviously he knows how to keep his body warm, but he's also been incredibly focused. He's been like this ever since back in the warm-up area.
Marco Coppola was able to clear 275 for overtake team density. Hunter Williams at 285 for CLT will make it.
Nice.
Ben Davidson for Mayhem Justice is on 275.
For CLT, that's the second best lift we've seen behind McGoldrick at 290.
And Rich Froning, you usually don't see that look until the final day of competition, but he is just tearing through these barbells. 265 is good. Mayhem Freedom looking to send an early message here as Seth Stovall just made 275 for Mayhem Justice.
Well, Rich has done this ladder format before as an individual back in 2012. He finished at 275, so he's been able to at least get to the last weight on this barbell here. Granted, that was 10 years ago, and there's been a lot of miles on that rig in between, but there's one thing that we've seen from Rich is he knows how to dial it up when he gets into competition.
Marco Coppola for overtake team density at 285. Cornway at 275, no problem. And Coppola sticks that. Froning stepping up to 275.
Impressive turnover from Coppola because you can see he's a little bit narrower in his grip and he's got really long arms. So to be able to kind of finish that turnover with that much weight overhead, that's just pure strength.
No problem for Rich Froning. Froning and Cornway, the only two men to make it through the entire ladder.
What kind of conversation is going on right now between them? I think Sam's being like, no, I got this, Rich.
Well, they right now, if they don't make this, they have a total of 550. The top score from heat number 1, unofficially, Blue City at 560. And Sogo CrossFit Misfits at 560, as Seth Stovall will be the first man up to platform number 11. He keeps 285 on the bar for Mayhem Justice.
And this would be huge because Ben Davidson went out at the 275 mark. Being able to get that extra 10 pounds basically makes up for that.
And Stovall is good. Ben Davidson appreciating that lift.
You can see it kind of giving the look to the camera. This is crazy. This is Mayhem's third team. Their third team.
Sam Cornway is going to be the man to lift on platform number 11. He's going to go for 290, which I believe would give Mayhem Freedom the lead going into the women's portion of this event. Sam Cornway, 290 pounds. And it is no problem.
Oh, man. And that tells you the confidence that Rich has in Sam as a competitor, as an individual, and how talented he is. You know, the captain, the leader of your team defers to him to make that final lift, to put you guys into the lead coming out of the men's portion.
Rich Froning and Sam Cornway, as expected, putting on a show here in event number 1. The women will take over, and then we will find out who takes the 100 points for the event win.
And right out of the gate, we saw a few teams early on put some athletes deep into the ladder. Some athletes choosing to power snatch at the top, but it was Mike McGoldrick from Training Think Tank, the first to put a number on the board in that 11th platform at 290. We saw 285 from CLT. Marco Coppola from CrossFit Overtake Team Density. He matches 285, making it through the ladder as well. Keeping his team in contention for one of those game spots out of this first event. Mayhem Justice, Seth Stovall, not to be outdone as well, says, I've got 285 in the bag too. And then both of Mayhem Freedom's athletes made it to the end, but Rich Froning says, you know what, Sam? You got this. Put one on the board for Canada. Cornway puts them into the lead with a 290 snatch.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Approaching that 11th platform, what was the strategy in picking up the number of sort of the weight that was going to be on the bar up there?
We didn't want to make too big of a jump just because we've kind of been used to this. He probably could have jumped even more than that, but You just want to be smart, not miss a lift. I think there's very few teams that hit both 275 bars plus the plus bar. So really being smart. I mean, he could have hit 300 plus, but that was good.
You did look very confident when you were heading out to that final barbell, and this is the first time on the competition floor in this team format. So sort of what was going through your mind when you were finally taking the competition floor here?
I mean, I'm excited for it. It was fun. Doing that snatch bar at the end, it was kind of like my moment. It was cool. Thanks, Rich. No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I like it.
Great job, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Rich Froning and Sam Cournoyer handing off a lead to their women. And we will have the second half of event number 1 when we return to the Syndicate Crown.
Thank you, reporter Nicole. 4 minutes. 4 minutes before the ladies of our team division comes out here and tackles this snatch ladder event here at the inaugural Syndicate Crown event. All these teams eyeing Madison, trying to punch their ticket to the CrossFit Games.
We're like.
Day 1 of competition here at the Syndicate Crown at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee continues as the teams enter the back half of their opening event. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Tommy Marquez. Team Event 1 presented by Monster Hydro is the Snatch Ladder.
Same format that we saw for the men. They're going to go through 10 different barbells starting at 135, progressing by 5 pounds this time, ending at 180. If they clear the ladder, they get 1 minute break, and they get to call their shot on an 11th platform at whatever weight they want.
And as these weights get heavier, time management becomes more and more important.
Yeah, we've seen a couple athletes, if you get to the heavy barbell and miss, you still have to remember you have to finish the lift, and it's entirely before the 25-second window closes, so be smart with your time. Technique consistency. We've seen some athletes filter back and forth between power, between full snatch and the early barbells. Some athletes choose just to power. Whatever you do, make sure you're consistent.
10 teams in Heat 1 for the women. This is the order in which they will take the floor. CrossFit Yakarhu will be out first. Manowar CrossFit will be second. Blues City CrossFit and the Sogo Misfits. They were the teams that tied for the lead with their men in Heat number 1. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier with more on Blues City.
Stephen Wallace from Blue City CrossFit really did set the precedent out here with that big lift on the 11th platform. The women are bringing up the rear. So I caught up with them before this event and asked them if there was any additional pressure, knowing that, Stephen hit that heavy lift. They said actually the opposite. I feel like the pressure has been taken off of them because their men had set such a good precedent in that first heat. So they're just coming out here to have fun.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Nikki. Sarah Hobbs and Taylor Palm will be out first for CrossFit Yakarhu, 135 pounds on the barbell. It looks like Taylor Palm will be the first to lift. She's on the right side. 560 was the heaviest total that we saw at a heat number 1 for the men. Both the Sogo Misfits and Blues City CrossFit got to that number as Taylor Palm opens things up at 135 for CrossFit Yokaru.
Just like we saw with the men, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of teams put both of their athletes through the ladder in its entirety. Am I seeing this right, Sean? Are there some Air Monarchs on the lifting platform there? Taking a page out of your dad's notebook.
Lift some weight, go mow a lawn. Sarah Hobbs and Taylor Palm. No problem at 135.
Never mind. I was incorrect. I just got excited. Wishful thinking, I guess.
That'll bring out Man of War CrossFit, Casey Gom and Kiona Ives. Casey Gom, no problem at 135. Kiona Ives up next for Man of War CrossFit. And Man of War CrossFit was one of the teams in that first heat that sent both men, both Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester, got through the entirety of the ladder. Their total was 550. They were not able to make that bonus lift.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Sean, we saw a similar workout to this 10 years ago in 2012 in regionals. We had a team snatch ladder as well, you know, broken up into same gender pairs. But the difference being is that there was a double under tiebreaker. So for the individuals, they had to buy in with double unders, and then for the teams, you could also do extra double unders on the back end to add to your total rep count. So we saw some monster numbers that we might not match here, even though they outlifted the athletes back in 2012.
Trivia in black and gold out next. Brittany Stevens and Heather Hippensteel. Brittany Stevens will lift first, as Taylor Palm and Sarah Hobbs are at the 145-pound bar. Just 3 teams on the ladder here. First of 2 heats for the women. And the team that has the highest total of their 4 heaviest lifts will win the event. There's Sarah Hobbs, and unable to hit 145. Time to make a second attempt for Hobbs. CrossFit Yokaru. And Hobbs will make that. So both Hobbs and Palm for CrossFit Yokaru are still alive. They move up to the 150-pound bar. And that'll bring out Los de la Isla CrossFit, Vic Mary Torres and Zoomer Pagan. Torres up first, as Taylor Palm makes 150 on the right side of your screen for CrossFit Yokaru.
And she may need to update her max snatch numbers, because she has a listed 155 on the games website, and she made that 150 look like a toy. Beautiful third pull, snapping under the bar.
Here's Sarah Hobbs at 150, and once again missing her first attempt.
She looked a little hesitant there to get underneath the bar. There's uncertainty sometimes. You'll hesitate. You won't get under the bar as fast as you need to. Try and ride it down.
And Hobbs putting up a fight and able to make it. Second straight time she's needed 2 lifts. And here comes Taylor Stride and Morgan Ralphs. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
With Blue City CrossFit onto the competition floor.
It's so fitting, guys, that we are starting off the Syndicate Crown weekend here with a team competition, because team competition is the bread and butter for these event organizers. They were particularly excited to let these teams of 4 take to the floor first on this Friday, and we're already seeing sort of the hallmark of the team competition down here, the support from one team to another, lots of high fives and fist bumps from the warm-up area down into the competition floor here.
Sarah Hobbs at 155. Misses again on her opening attempt.
To touch on what Nikki said, remember, you know, the Syndicate Crown is an event that stems from 12 Labors CrossFit, an affiliate that has put teams at the games, even on the podium, as they were second in 2016. So they really take pride in the team competition that they can put on. And, you know, 12 Labors was formed from 3 affiliates, CrossFit Annapolis, CrossFit BWI, and CrossFit Syndicate, where they used to hold the Syndicate crown, and that's kind of the roots of the event.
We saw Sarah Hobbs for the 3rd straight time need her 2nd attempt to make a lift at 150. She and Taylor Palm are now on the 160-pound bar, and Palm makes that on her 2nd attempt. CrossFit Yakarhu, the lead team on the ladder here through 6 of the 10 barbells. Sogo Misfits just stepped onto the competition floor. Man of War CrossFit, the pair of Casey Gom and Kiona Ives on to 160 as Palm misses at 165. She is the only woman left for Yakarhu as Sarah Hobbs was unable to make 160. And Palm gets through that. Here's Kiona Ives for Man of War CrossFit at 160. Man of War CrossFit's men unofficially in heat number 1 had the 3rd best score, as there was a tie for 1st between Sogo and Blue City. Man of War with a total of 550 as both of their men got through the entire ladder.
And one of the things I love about, you know, seeing these types of events in mass is seeing the different variations of technique that athletes have kind of sorted out for themselves. You know, you have the fundamentals of the lift that we teach at the affiliate, but then over time, especially with these athletes, and you see it in Olympic weightlifting as well, you know, they make some slight adjustments. You can see difference in foot placement at the start, where their hand placement is, whether or not they decide to move their feet out here. You're going to see Kiona Ives take an attempt at 165. She starts with a narrow foot placement. And those are things that you iron out over hours in the gym.
But Taylor Palm just hit 170. And she'll move up to 175 as Kiona Ives now is at 165 for Man of War CrossFit. Ives and Gom still both alive here.
And I imagine based on the celebration we saw from Palm, that might be her new true PR. Usually that sort of celebration is something that you were hoping you were going to get, because it might rewrite your own personal record books.
Taylor Palm for CrossFit Yakarhu at 175 pounds. Casey Gom at 170 on the right side of your screen for Man of War CrossFit. Palm missing her first attempt at 175. Gom was good at 170. And Taylor Palm will bow out at 175, so a successful lift for her at 170. So Yakarhu now off the ladder completely. Man of War CrossFit, Kiona Ives with a no rep there.
That's tough because it looked like she could have saved that lift, but you can't go off the platform. If you step off the platform, it's a no rep.
Ives her 2nd attempt. That will leave Casey Gom left on the floor for Man of War CrossFit. She moves up to 175 pounds. Trivium Black and Gold, they are now on the 8th platform. Both Brittany Stevens and Heather Hippensteel still alive. Saw the pair from CrossFit Nashville out there as Gom makes 175. Sarah Sapansky and Jessica Tiano, the last 2 women on the ladder. There's Heather Hippensteel at 170.
Heather, a longtime member of CrossFit Invictus back in the day, training out of San Diego in the SoCal region.
Trivium Black and Gold still alive here. Both of their women moving on to platform number 9 as Casey Gom from Man of War CrossFit will try to clear the ladder, 180 pounds for her. Gom is good. Brittany Stevens is also good at 175.
Just like on the men's side, where Man of War was the first team to put an athlete through the ladder, the first team now to put a female athlete through the ladder, and 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Man of War CrossFit's men had a total of 550 pounds. That was 10 pounds back of the top total from both Sogo Misfits and Blue City CrossFit Gold, who were at 560, as Heather Hippensteel makes a second attempt at 175 and won't be able to make it. Brittany Stevens will move on. Hippensteel will not. Casey Gom is going to make a run at 190 pounds on platform number 11, as Brittany Stevens will look to clear the ladder at 180 pounds. Stevens will do it. Meanwhile, the pair of Vic Mary Torres and Zuma Pagan at 175 pounds for Los de la Isla CrossFit. They're looking to get both of their women through here. Second attempt.
Yeah, you can see the confidence just wasn't there. The hitch at the hip just didn't. That lift was in her head before she even lined it up.
Well, 195 on the bar now for Vic Mary Torres, and she will hit it.
That was no problem.
Los de la Isla CrossFit, whose men had a solid total at 530. They're going to be happy with that effort.
Yeah, because you got a 175 and a 195 on the board from the women. That might end up being close to a top total. And now we got Taylor Stride. This could be the 3rd year in a row that she has actually qualified on a team. Last year, Blue City made it. The year before, she was on Mayhem Independence. Before the team competition got canceled, she qualified through the Australia CrossFit Championship when they went down there and won.
185 for Taylor Stride. And almost able to save it. Remember, if a knee hits the platform, it's an automatic no rep.
Oh, and it looked like she had, I mean, some tremendous patience at the bottom. It looked like she might be able to save it.
And she will make it. Morgan Ralphs likes that. Taylor Stride on her second attempt.
And that will be huge for Blue City as well. Getting that extra 10-pound bump. You could see her smiling out of the bottom.
That's CrossFit Iconic, the pair of Paula Santos and Carly Stone. Not able to get through 180. And it's Lex Akuar from CrossFit Evernox who just hit 200 pounds. And they needed that effort because Evernox's men were towards the bottom of the heat number 1 at 500 pounds. So that lift will certainly help Lex's team. We only have one team left on the ladder, and it's the pair from CrossFit Nashville, Sarah Sapansky and Jessica Tiano. Stepanski moving up to 175.
And Nashville had a male athlete clear the ladder as Jordan Holland was able to get through all 10 bars. So
175 good for Stepanski. Jessica Tiano stepping up next. Tiano and Stepanski with one barbell to go here. CrossFit Nashville's men put up a total of 530 pounds. We have yet to see any pair in this first heat for the women get all the way through the ladder. So this could be big for CrossFit Nashville. Sarah Stepanski up first at 180, and that is no problem.
that is just raw power. No hesitation, probably no plans of getting below parallel on any one of these lifts.
Jessica Tiano, if she makes this, CrossFit Nashville will be the first team to send both of their women entirely through the ladder. And she will hit it. So at least 5, make that 360 pounds will be added to the CrossFit Nashville total.
You can see her already pointing, saying, I think you should take that lift.
Jessica Tiano and Sarah Stepanski both making it through, and there's Justin Holland and Preston Sechting looking on. The two of them put up a total of 530 pounds in the first heat.
Looks like they're going to send Jessica Tiano out.
190 on the barbell.
Stepanski looked a little shaky in that last lift, even though it was a power snatch. Probably a little bit more comfortable with Tiano making the bump.
Tiano's going to get a break here. Justin Holland and Preston Sechting from CrossFit Nashville, hoping that Jessica Tiano can vault them up the standings here in event number 1. Here's Jessica Tiano at 190 pounds. And she is good.
I think she looked a little surprised about how easily that went up. Could see a little shock and awe on her face.
Stepanski and Tiano from CrossFit Nashville, the only two women to clear the ladder together. We'll see how their score holds up with one heat remaining here for the women.
Yeah, and after the men had their turn at the ladder, the women took the floor. And once again, it was an athlete from Man at Work CrossFit to be the first to clear the ladder, hitting 190 on that 11th bar. And not to be outdone, Los de la Isla CrossFit throws up 195, but not to be outdone as well. Evernox says, you know what, bump it up another 5 as well. Be the first to break the 200-pound mark. A massive lift. Hopefully help their chances to move up the leaderboard just a little bit.
Lex Aguilar at 200 pounds. One heat remains. We'll have it for you after a quick break here at the Syndicate Crown.
Hey, while you guys are out here taking pics fire up your smartphone, get on our Instagram page for the syndicate round. Maybe take home some swag. Check the link in the bio. Take home some of your inaugural year syndicate round t-shirts and whatnot. Want to do that while supplies last for sure. Check it out, link on the bio. Check out our Instagram page.
Hey, Mike, what do you think we're going to see on that final barbell on Sunday, please?
Opening event for the teams at the Syndicate Crown continues here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. And day one of semifinals coverage presented by Noble. Thank you so much for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. The Snatch Ladder, Team Event 1. The women, the second heat, up next.
10 platforms in total, going up by 5-pound increments, starting at 135, ending at 180. We've already seen a few women clear the ladder, get an attempt at an 11th platform where they get to pick their weight. Top lift so far is 200 pounds. I think we might see that go down in this heat.
CrossFit Nashville, the only team to send both of their women through the entire ladder. Your recipe for success.
Each athlete has a 25-second window to lift. You have to finish the lift within that window. Make sure you're privy to that when you manage your time. And then technique consistency. We've seen some athletes struggle to maintain their technique throughout the ladder. The best lifters always make everything look the same, whether it's 5 pounds or 200 pounds. So want to stay consistent in that.
Final 10 teams in the second of 2 heats for the women. This is the order in which they will come out on the floor. Three Bridges CrossFit will lead things off. And then CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, the last team out on the floor. And Rich Froning and Sam Cornway had the top total out of heat number 2 for the men at 565 pounds. CrossFit CLT, these are the scores from Heat 2. They were 15 pounds back, along with CrossFit Mayhem Justice at 550. CrossFit Overtake Team Density also at that 550-pound mark. So we'll keep an eye on those 3 teams' women. They try to break that log jam. And then it's Training Think Tank CrossFit at 545. Down to Nikki Brazier on the competition floor.
I had a chance to catch up with Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson of CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, trying to pick their brains about what was going to happen if and when they got to that 11th platform. So far, the plan is that Taylor is going to be the one that goes out there, and she's planning on 190 for that barbell. She said doesn't want to make too big of a jump, even if she's hit those numbers before. Better to play it a little bit safe.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Nikki. Three Bridges CrossFit, Becca Dennison and Hillary Nywald out first. Looks like Nywald's going to be the first one up.
You know, every lift is going to count here, Sean. We saw on that leaderboard only 10 points separate second through 6th overall after the men. So one lift here or there for each athlete could be the difference. You know, having a podium finish in this opening event, or, you know, being in 6th and trying to crack up into that top 5.
Hillary Nywald up first at 135 for Three Bridges CrossFit. Becca Dennison will take over now. And no problem for either one of those athletes. Three Bridges moves on to the 140-pound barbell, brings out Mia Janelli and Brandy McGoldrick for Training Think Tank CrossFit. McGoldrick in front, Janelli behind her. Nywald at 140. McGoldrick is good at 135. Three Bridges, their women have some work to do here. Their men tied for 17th unofficially in the event after their effort, a total of 500 pounds. Becca Dennison will hit that. And Mia Janelli good on her first lift.
Both athletes choosing to power snatch. Have to pay attention there to see when they start to make that transition, or if they plan on power snatching the entire time.
Taylor Lloyd and Samantha Garahan for CrossFit SDA.
Enjoying a little bit of the music, getting into the vibe before they take the floor.
Lloyd will lift first. Now 3 teams on the ladder with Three Bridges, the pair of Hillary Nywald and Becca Dennison at 145.
Sean, I know you're a Cardi B fan. You enjoying the music?
Anything like cardio?
I know you don't like that.
No, sir. Becca Dennison good at 145. Mia Janelli at 135. And Samantha Garahan at 135. Pardon me, Mia Janelli at 140. Three Kings CrossFit North Alpha up next. Alex Kepke and Marina Clark. Clark is on the right, Kepke is on the left. Three Bridges CrossFit moving on to the 4th barbell in the ladder, 150 pounds. And Hillary Nywald will open up here.
And Nywald now starting to transition to a full snatch. See her catch and ride the bar down, trying to prime the legs a little bit.
Here's Becca Dennison at 150 for Three Bridges CrossFit. Dennison will move on to 155.
Dennison making the switch as well.
There are plenty of teams still waiting to get on the floor. Hard Knocks will be out next. Lexi Colabianchi and Katie Sherritt. Colabianchi on the right. Sherritt will be out first. For Hard Knocks, their men 15th in the event right now. So Colabianchi and Sherritt also with some work to do, along with the pair from Three Bridges CrossFit on the right side of your screen, Hillary Nywald and Becca Dennison, as their men were tied for 17th. Lexi Colabianchi from Hard Knocks, closest to the camera, no problem at 135. Alex Kepke made 140 for Three Kings CrossFit. Next up, 8th A CrossFit Black, Zoe Jones and Heather Pass. Jones on the left, Pass on the right. A team that competed at the games last year.
Did quite well, 14th. And what was a really, really strong team field last year. Big push from some of the international teams. 8th A was one of the top teams from the United States once the leaderboard shook out in Madison.
160 good for Newald and Three Bridges CrossFit. There's Becca Dennison. Both women from Three Bridges still alive. They have now cleared 160. They will move up to 165. Fans continue to file in here on this Friday afternoon in Knoxville, Tennessee. Expecting a packed house by the weekend, and this is a great venue for an event like this. The fans right on top of the competition floor. Usually this building used for hockey. The Knoxville Ice Bears of the Southern Professional Hockey League call this venue home.
Not just any team, the Ice Bears, most successful team in SPHL history, Sean.
Quite the legacy in the SPHL.
Hey, a legacy of winning, which a lot of these teams are trying to build on.
Newald is good at 165. And now Becca Dennison. Three Bridges CrossFit, still the lead team on the ladder here. And Dennison is good. And they'll move on to 170 pounds. Overtake team density, Shay Williams and Alexis Bergen. Williams is on the right, and Bergen on the left. And their men had a great run, tied for 4th with 550 pounds in the event.
Yeah, Marco Coppola was able to actually clear the ladder and hit 285. Put the team in a good spot for their women to hopefully come in and build upon that.
Hillary Newald at 170 is good. And here comes Becca Dennison for Three Bridges CrossFit. Mia Ginelli is on the right side of your screen at 165. He's training Think Tank CrossFit. He is right behind Three Bridges.
I mean, with only 2 bars left, Three Bridges looks like it's been a walk in the park.
It's the pair of Aniston Sudhoff and Jessica Kalagian for Mayhem Justice. Brandy McGoldrick at 170 will make that. Now the first miss for Newald at 175. And Newald will make it on her second attempt. Now Becca Dennison on the left for Three Bridges CrossFit. Mia Ginelli is on the right for training Think Tank. No problem at 170 for her. And Dennison will make 175. So both Dennison and Newald moving on for Three Bridges CrossFit, as do Mia Ginelli and Brandy McGoldrick. And now it's Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson for CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. Rich Froning and Sam Cornwallis handed them a lead in the event. Their total, Froning and Cornwallis, was 565 pounds. Hillary Newald at 180, the final barbell on the ladder for Three Bridges CrossFit, and she will make it. Once again, Three Bridges, their men coming in tied 17th in this event. So the effort from Dennison and Newald right now should help them move up the standings here. Andrea Nisler, no problem.
And even though Three Bridges came in 17th, they at least had 1 male athlete clear the ladder too. So having 3 out of your 4 athletes clear the ladder, you got 3 athletes on your team that are coming off a good performance and riding pretty high, and hopefully you can tap into that as a unit going into that next event.
Dennison and Newald will now decide who will get the bonus lift on the 11th platform, as they both get through all 10 barbells. Training Think Tank CrossFit, they are on the final barbell. Brandy McGoldrick up first at 180. Now Mia Ginelli, as we look to have our first 2 teams out on the floor all get through the ladder. Behind them is Taylor Lloyd from CrossFit SDA. Ginelli at 180. And that is good. Ginelli and McGoldrick both clearing the ladder, and they will get to move on to platform number 11 and add to their total.
And Brandy McGoldrick's husband, Mike McGoldrick, also cleared the ladder. How much you want to bet there's a lifting platform at the McGoldrick household?
It's going to be Becca Dennison who's going to lift for Three Bridges CrossFit, 185 pounds, so just a 5-pound jump from the last barbell. Won't be able to make it as Taylor Lloyd for CrossFit SDA. She's going to get to make a lift on platform 11. So a line forming now behind Becca Dennison, who was unable to make 185, but both Dennison and Newald for Three Bridges CrossFit do clear the ladder, so they will add 360 pounds to that 500-pound total that their men put up. It's going to be Brandy McGoldrick on the final barbell at 185 for Training Think Tank. That's Marina Clark for Three Kings CrossFit North Alpha on the left side of your screen. As McGoldrick can't hit 185, Clark, if she steps off, it's a no rep, and she just saves it.
Oh. Great awareness there to just avoid coming off the platform.
Second attempt for McGoldrick won't go, but both Brandy McGoldrick and Mia Ginelli clear the ladder, so 360 pounds will be added to their total of 545 that was put up by the men.
That was good enough for 8 from the men pairing, so that's going to help them out and keep them within an earshot of the top 5 for sure.
Now, Taylor Lloyd moving up to 185 pounds. Behind her, the pair of Lexi Colibianchi and Katie Sherritt, they're now on the left of your screen. They're both looking to get through the ladder here for CrossFit Hard Knocks. And Taylor Lloyd is good at 185 for CrossFit SDA. Katie Sherritt on the left side of your screen for Hard Knocks at 180. Can't get it. But Lexi Colibianchi will try to earn her way to platform number 11 at 185 here. And had it, but can't stand it up. Second attempt, no good. So CrossFit Hard Knocks, both of their women failing at 180. And that'll bring up Heather Pass for 8th Day CrossFit Black. As Marina Clark for Three Kings CrossFit North Alpha is on platform 11 at 185. Alice Kepke on the bottom left of your screen cheering her on. And Clark unable to get it. Heather Pass also failing at 180.
Oh, that's tough. The bar looked like it was there. She looked like she was in a decent position on the catch. Always hard to tell though. Such a finicky lift. Inch here or there can be all the difference. based on where you catch the barbell.
That's Stevie Dellinger for CrossFit CLT. Now the lead woman on the ladder moving up to the final barbell. Overtake Team Density still has both of their women on the floor. And here's Dellinger. First attempt at 180. And that is good. And it's big for CrossFit CLT. Their men had a total that was tied for fourth at 550. As expected, Mayhem Justice and Mayhem Freedom. No problem so far.
Dellinger smoked that bar at 185. Would not be surprised to maybe see 190 on the call.
Alexis Bergen, as we watch the two teams from Mayhem lift, she just hit 175 for Overtake Team Density. As she and Shay Williams will move on together to the 10th barbell at 180. Stevie Dellinger is on platform 11 for CrossFit CLT. As Shay Williams for Overtake Team Density is at 180. And that is good for her. And here comes Alexis Bergen. And Bergen will make it. So both Bergen and Williams for Overtake Team Density clear the ladder.
That's going to be huge for them. They came in tied for fourth with CLT and Mayhem Justice after the men's pairing. So getting both women through the ladder, big boost.
Mayhem Justice is now down to one woman. Jessica Kalagian on the left side of your screen. Stevie Dellinger on the right. Platform 11, 190 for CrossFit CLT, and she will make it. Kalagian, meanwhile, gets through 180. Two teams left, and it's both the Mayhem teams. Andrea Nisler just made 175. Taylor Williamson made it as well. Jessica Kalagian is going to move on to platform number 11. And we have Overtake Team Density, pardon me. They're still out there. And Shay Williams is going to make her lift at 185. Taylor Williamson gets through 180. And Shay Williams will make 185. That's big for Overtake.
You love to see that. In the catch, you could tell she knew she had it. An immediate smile as soon as she was at the bottom. Little patience, stabilize it, stand it up. Awesome lift by Shay.
Here's Andrea Nisler at 180.
She almost looked like she was bothered by the 180. Like, really, you making me lift this?
And now they're going to Rochambeau for the final lift. And it's going to be Taylor Williamson who's going to go up to platform number 11. Here's Jessica Kalagian for Mayhem Justice. 190 pounds for her. And as you heard Nikki say earlier, it looks like Taylor Williamson's going to opt for the same weight. And Kalagian doesn't get it as she stepped off the platform. Addison Sudhoff is on the right side of your screen.
I don't think she realized she had enough time to get another attempt in.
It's not going to happen for Kalagian. And Taylor Williamson will be the last woman to lift. She'll try to clear 190 pounds and keep Mayhem Freedom in the lead.
It should be noted that both Taylor Williamson and Andrea Nisler have listed 1-rep max snatches north of 200. Taylor Williamson has a 210, so maybe that having that extra 10 pounds in the bag on any given day is the difference maker.
190 pounds on the bar for Taylor Williamson as CrossFit Mayhem Freedom looks to pick up an event win here. And they will do it courtesy of that lift and not a surprise at all. All 4 of the Mayhem Freedom athletes clear the ladder, and both Williamson and Cournoyer make their bonus lifts.
Every single athlete from Mayhem Freedom that approached a barbell, they were able to lift in event 1.
Good luck, everybody else.
And early on, we were all wondering if anyone was going to be able to catch Mayhem with their female pairing, but we saw Taylor Lloyd hit 185 from Sundu's Army. Stevie Dellinger bump it up 5 pounds, hitting 190. The only athlete from Mayhem Justice, Jessica Kalagian, made it through, but wasn't able to keep it on the platform before Taylor Williamson, 190 on the bar, no problem. 11-4-11. Mayhem is perfect in the first event. Looking like they're going to have the overall lead after 1. And for a team in Mayhem Freedom, their only blemish was the first event last year. It's an improvement.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier with Mayhem Freedom.
Now, you made that 190 look so easy, and I know that that was part of the plan going into it, but there was a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors moment. What was going on there?
We each wanted the other one to take the last bar, so we rock, paper, scissors for it. We couldn't decide.
Well, you got stuck with it, and all things considering, how did that shake out for you?
It shook out just fine, about as expected.
Now, I believe that team is really sort of the word that you guys are used to when it comes to all things Mayhem. You guys have 2 teams out here. You train as a team all the time, but this first event had you a little bit separated. It had the ladies out here without the men. How did that differ from how you train normally?
It really didn't feel that much different just because I was still with Taylor. So when we do like training stuff, we usually do female pairs anyway. So it just felt like another day.
Congratulations. Way to kick off the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just another day for Rich Froning and CrossFit Mayhem Freedom as they pick up yet another event win. Team event 1 is done. The heavy barbells are going to stay out on the floor. Stephen Wallace at 305, one of the most impressive things we saw so far. Rich Froning and Sam Cournoyer both clearing the ladder as Cournoyer gets to the bonus lift. And then it was the pair of Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson who brought home the event win for CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. Individual action up next. Head to games.crossfit.com to keep up to date on all the semifinal action. We'll be back in Knoxville.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. The mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Stephanie Kiedis, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
The individuals are set to take the floor here on the opening day of competition at the Syndicate Crown from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Day one of semifinal coverage presented by Noble, and we are glad you are with us, everybody. Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez here, and the first event for the women, the Barbell Complex.
Yeah, it's the year of the complexes. We got one at the Rogue Invitational. We get one here now. 3 cleans plus 2 front squats and 1 jerk. Basically a shoulder to overhead anyhow. The cleans can be power clean, full clean, however you want as well, but you just have to finish all 6 lifts in that order.
First of 3 heats for the women. We'll have 9 athletes on the competition floor. And in lane number 9 is Paulina Haro out of Mexico.
Yeah, the lone representative out of Mexico, a tremendous lifter. She is a podium athlete from the teen divisions. She's training with Proven Fitness right now. This could be her best event of the weekend. She's already posted herself doing this complex at 225, so definitely an athlete to watch.
Strength obviously matters, but you got to know your limitations in an event like this.
Yeah, fancy footwork is up first for me because I think it's going to come down for a lot of these athletes to that last lift, the split jerk more than likely. So having good, consistent footwork with the split jerk will be all the difference. And then map it out, right? You only get 1 attempt. You get per window. You get 3 attempts total. Have every single lift planned out, whether you make it or miss it. Have a plan.
Athletes for the first of these 3 heats making their way onto the floor. 2 women will lift at a time. Paulina Haro will be in lane number 9. She's in the background there in the red pants.
And I mentioned that she already posted a video with what looked to be 225 on the bar. She's got a listed clean and jerk of 265. She's one of the strongest women in the field. You see Roarin Scott there. She's actually a national medalist in weightlifting. She finished 2nd in the 64 kilo class at USAW Nationals just this past year.
My apologies to Paulina Haro. She has been moved to lane 10, as lane 1 is going to be open. Karis Demi is up first at 195. She's going to make that. Behind her is Maddie Jones.
Both get their opening lift in. Interesting thing about CrossFitters, we're such a mixed bag, right? You talk to a lot of athletes at check-in, and really they're like, hey, if I can get through those 2 front squats, I know I'm going to be able to put anything that I have overhead in the jerk because I'm so much stronger there. And usually in Olympic weightlifting, at least at the highest levels, for the most part, the top athletes, they can pull and clean anything, and it comes down to whether or not they can actually stick the jerk. It's almost opposite.
Taylor Sykes, good at 210. Out of CrossFit 970.
The sheer volume of pressing work and pressing in multiple planes that we do in CrossFit lends itself to a lot of these athletes being supremely strong in the jerk, especially when it comes to these complexes.
Back in lane 5 is Ellie Miller. She's at 195. And in lane 6 is Natalie Thompson. She's closest to your screen. She's through the 3 cleans onto the 2 front squats and then into 1 jerk at 200 pounds. And Thompson is good. And behind her in lane 5, Ellie Miller got through her complex at 195 pounds.
And really, Sean, we shouldn't see very many misses here. This first lift that you're trying to get onto the board should be something that you have lights out. There's no question. Any given day you can walk into the gym and be able to hit this lift.
There's Gabby McClellan from CrossFit Decimate with 205 pounds on the bar. And then in lane 8, Kelsey Schulte at a CrossFit Fireside. And Schulte's good at 195 for her opening attempt.
It should be noted we saw a couple athletes just pausing at the hip there between cleans. They can pause and regrip. They can even take an extra second to regrip, but they cannot rest at the hip at all and shelf the bar.
Roarin Scott in the back is at 225, and Paulina Haro also with 225 to open up.
Oh man, I love that they're the two athletes lifting together. You know, Roarin Scott, a highlight's been flying around social media lately of her jerking 300 pounds. Competes at a body weight of 141, Sean.
Roarin Scott and Paulina Haro. Now they can rest and they can regrip the barbell in the hang, but they can't rest in the crease of the hip. No problem for Paulina Haro. Roarin Scott is through her front squats, and now one final jerk. You can rest as long as you want in the rack, and Roarin Scott will miss it.
It looked like she may have had to do an extra clean. I couldn't quite tell. Her and Paulina were almost synced up at the start, and then somehow she got a full clean behind. Maybe she rested a little extra, but the time under tension really just takes away your midline. And for someone like Roarin Scott, who's jerked 300 pounds, to miss that, you can tell something must have gone wrong.
The lanes 2 and 3 back for their second attempt. Karis Demi is on the left at 200 pounds. Maddie Jones on the right out of CrossFit NOC at 195. And Karis will make it at 200 pounds.
And both times you've seen Karis have no problem with the jerk, really have to struggle to fight to get through the cleans and the front squats.
Paulina Haro is your leader after the first attempt, 225 pounds for her opener, and she's on the far side of the floor right now, sitting on her barbell that is loaded at 235. Lane 4 is Taylor Sykes. And she's going to lift by herself. 220 on the bar for Sykes. Move her into second place in this heat. 3 cleans, 2 front squats in the final jerk.
Great lift, methodical, precise. She has the benefit of being able to power clean all of those, not having to go below parallel for those extra 3 reps. Saves a little bit of the midline there, the midline that you're gonna need for the jerk.
Elia Miller in lane number 5, and it's Natalie Thompson in lane 6. Thompson is on the left of your screen. Miller's on the right. Both are through their 3 cleans. Miller will hit the jerk, as will Thompson, so the two of them both good at 210.
Good save by Thompson there. It looks like she got her feet crossed a little bit on that jerk. They call it walking the tightrope.
Gabby McClellan and Kelsey Schulte up next. McClellan out of CrossFit Decimate. Schulte out of CrossFit Fireside. 235 for McClellan. This would give her the lead. Two front squats for McClellan. Schulte with 1 front squat remaining. And both will make the jerk. So Gabby McClellan takes the lead at 235 pounds. And that will bring us back to Roarin Scott and Paulina Haro. Haro with 235 looking to tie McClellan. And despite missing at 225, Scott has moved up to 230. Scott on the left, Haro is on the right. Scott gets through her 3 cleans. Make it 2. Now this will be 3. Both onto their 2 front squats. And now the jerk, which is where Roarin Scott missed at 225. No problem for Haro. And Scott will make that.
And she was riding a close line there, but got the down call. You could see the difference in pacing between the two, right? Roarin Scott started her lifts well before Paulina Haro, but Haro finished the entire complex. You know, for an athlete like Roarin Scott that does more traditional weightlifting, the time being under tension for that long with a complex can really wear on you.
Back to the start here. Lane 3. Maddie Jones at 195. Lane number 2, bottom left of your screen. Karis Demi from CrossFit Explode has 205 on the bar and unable to handle that. Jones working through her front squats now on her 3rd and final attempt.
And unlike the team competition for the lifts, you only get 1 attempt. You cannot reattempt. So 1 small mistake here, and that round is over.
Maddie Jones will wind up with a score of 195. And Taylor Sykes in lane 4 has her barbell loaded at 230 pounds, would move her into a tie for 2nd with Roarin Scott.
Just so composed with these power cleans, taking an extra beat at the top to collect herself, make sure her grip. Woo! I spoke too soon, Sean.
The Sykes looking good through the cleans, but just could not get under that last one.
Interesting. It looked like she was maybe intending to power clean, but maybe just got caught a little bit lower.
Bring up Ellie Miller in lane 5. And Natalie Thompson in 6. Both of them with 220 on the bar. So far, so good for both of these women at 220. Now on to the front squats. And both will make the jerk.
Man, tremendous fight from both athletes. You know, Natalie Thompson, maybe not the best technique or how you would write it up in a book, but you know, she gets the lift nonetheless, really grits through it and able to go 3 for 3.
Gabby McClellan has moved up to 245. Schulte has added weight to her bar to get up to 215. She's on the right. Final clean for McClellan. Now 2 front squats and a jerk remain. This to put her in the lead. Schulte can't get through her final attempt. And McClellan just missing the jerk. She will wind up with a score of 235 pounds. That still will be towards the top of this heat.
That's so tough because of the amount of work that you've had to do just to get to that last jerk, the amount of leg strength and strength endurance that you need to get there on that third lift.
Paulina Harrow for the heat win at 245 as Roarin Scott behind her at 240. Now on the left side of your screen is Scott. Harrow through all 3 cleans. And now 1 jerk remains. And Harrow has it. And she will take heat 1. 245, the top score. Roarin Scott at 240. Just can't stabilize it. And she looks to be okay. It was the jerk on 2 of her 3 attempts that undid Roarin Scott, and that was a very nerve-wracking moment for, I think, everybody here in the building as they watch that.
As scary as that looks, you know, for a weightlifter teaching you to go flat, right? Because she's going to be able to fit between the gap of the barbell and the ground. You could see her as soon as she kicked it back, she went stiff as a board and flat to make sure that she wasn't in danger of getting hit by that barbell.
Paulina Harrow at 245 will set the score to beat with 2 heats remaining.
We had ourselves a little bit of a duel here, Sean. Gabby McClellan strikes first with 235. And Paulina Harrow getting the advantage of getting to see Gabby go first. Loads up 235 herself. Able to knock that out. Move her into a tie. Gabby bumps up to 245. Gets all the way to the end through those cleans, through the front squats. But it comes down to the jerk. Just not able to lock it out. Tremendous effort anyways, and it was all up to Paulina Harrow there. She had the opportunity to win the heat outright at 245. You can see just consistency of technique. So comfortable there in the catch. And for the young athlete out of Mexico, first year in the individual competition, 18 years old. What a way to start off your semifinal season with the top lift in your heat.
Paulina Harrow with the early score to beat, 245 pounds. Heats 2 and 3 coming up next. Fans continuing to roll in here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum for day 1 of Syndicate Crown. Opening day of semifinals coverage brought to you by Noble. Individual Event 1 presented by Monster Hydro, the Barbell Complex.
Yeah, you're going to start out with 3 cleans anyhow, 2 front squats, and a jerk with the shoulder to overhead. You're going to get a minute window for each lift, 2 athletes lifting at a time, and you only get 1 attempt.
You've seen 1 heat. How does that affect your recipe for success?
Well, I think we've seen, especially at the top end, the fancy footwork, the footwork in the jerk be important. We've seen a couple of athletes get all the way through everything and then maybe their footwork isn't great on the jerk and they miss the lift, and it's just a heartbreaking turn of events. Map it out. Plan out every single lift, whether you're going to power, you're going to full clean, and how it's going to go depending on whether you miss it or make it. Have your plan front to back.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who's on the competition floor.
The event organizers here at the Syndicate Crown have a ton of experience when it comes to programming, both down on the community level and up through these semifinal events. But this is the first time that the programming has included these standardized events coming from CrossFit itself. And what that's shown the organizers is exactly what types of pockets they had open for additional programming to fill, making this a new and overall very well-rounded test.
10 athletes in this second of 2 heats. 245 pounds of the top score we have seen so far. That was put up in heat number 1 by Paulina Harrow, and a couple women here in this heat who might be able to chase that down, starting with Sequoia Barrera.
Yeah, another young athlete, just 22 years old, out of CrossFit Yucca Valley. 225-pound plus clean and jerk listed, but more importantly, she lifted 250 on the 4-rep max front squat for quarterfinals just a year ago, showcasing the strength and endurance for the legs that's going to be needed here in this particular event.
And there is Meredith Swindle, who competed at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge last year here in Knoxville.
And similar to Sequoia, she had 252 on the 4-rep max front squat and was able to hit 202 on the 21.4 complex. That was after a Metcon as well, so strength endurance shouldn't be a problem.
Up first at the top of your screen, lane 1 is Annalise Moore, and then at the bottom is Abigail Domit. 180 for Moore, 205 for Domit. And both of them get through. Faith Stewart and Allison Rouse up next. Rouse on the right, Faith Stewart is on the left.
Normally your opening lift, Sean, is something you know you have in the bag, but you know, a little bit different than a traditional weightlifting meet. You know, we have the staging area behind here for the athletes. You warm up, then you have to go stand in the corrals. You wait for your turn to be called. And then if you're one of these athletes at the end of the floor that has to wait for all the other groups lifting, I mean, it could be 10 minutes between your last warm-up lift and when you're out on the floor. So you have to be smart about how that time gap is going to affect you.
Both Rouse and Stewart are good. And that will bring up Cody Viteto and Katie Callior. Callior at 185, Viteto at 195. Viteto on the left side. Callior on the right. The three of them, or both of them, pardon me, getting through their first 3 cleans. Callior onto the front squats, as is Viteto, and now the jerk for Viteto is good, and 195 is in the bag. And Callior at 185. Sequoia Barrera and Holly Henderson coming up next. Barrera at 195. Henderson's going to open at 185. Barrera on the left, Henderson on the right. Both athletes onto the front squats. 2 reps done, and now 1 final jerk for the lift to count. Henderson is good. Barrera is good.
Ooh. Barrera, the only athlete we've seen power jerk so far.
Meredith Swindle is going to open up at 205. That's the heaviest weight we've seen in this opening round, along with Abigail Domet, who also opened up at 205. And then lane 9, Colette Casey is going to go after 190. Swindle out of Coyote CrossFit. Competed at regionals on Coyote CrossFit's team twice. They were 7th at the South Regional in 2018. .205 is good for Swindle.
Good lift, nice transition, getting the first lift out as a power clean before switching over. Clearly part of the plan, just to save a little bit of the legs in midline.
.205, the heaviest lift that we have seen after 1 round here in heat number 2. Both Meredith Swindle and Abigail Domet hitting that, and Domet's going to go after 215. She's on the right side of your screen as Annalise Moore jumps up to 190. And Domet fighting through that one. Third and final clean. Goes all the way underneath it, and Domet can't get out. Moore is good at 190. Domet and Swindle, the 2 best lifts out of round 1. And looking down the floor, Meredith Swindle already has her bar loaded at 215. And now we go to lane 4. Allison Ralphs jumping up to 210. Faith Stewart on the left moving to 190. She hit 180 on her opening attempt. Stewart onto the front squats, as is Ralphs. Ralphs looking to take the lead here with this lift. Second of 3 attempts for these competitors. Ralphs at 210.
No problem.
Is good, and she's your new leader.
Nice, steady, consistent technique throughout. You can see a little bit of a cardiovascular effect here. Heavy breathing just from being under tension for so long in these complexes. Trying to utilize the breath to create tension throughout the midline, up against those belts.
Cody Vitello at 205. Katie Callior at 195. Potato onto the front squats, as is Katie Callior. Potato looking to move into 2nd place right now. If she can hit this, and she won't be able to complete the jerk. And it was the same story in the first heat. That was a lift that really undid a couple of the competitors.
Yeah, and it almost looked by the way that her footwork went, that she wasn't quite sure if she was going to get the lift, and therefore didn't commit to the lift with her footwork, getting her into that split, aggressively trying to punch through.
Four athletes remain. Holly Henderson and Sequoia Barrera. Henderson at 195. Barrera now looking to take the lead at 215. Barrera just has the jerk remaining now as Holly Henderson got through 195. And Barrera for the lead, and she's got it at 215.
So strong overhead. Really, it's about just getting through the front squats for her. Barrera is similar to an athlete like Danielle Brandon, who comes to mind. A little bit longer arms, so they opt for the push jerk or the power jerk. Just keep that body in a similar plane. Not really have to worry about the footwork front to back.
Swindle now looking to tie Barrera for the lead at 215. Behind her, Colette Casey is at 200. And Swindle finds herself in a tie for first in heat number 2 here. The score to beat still belongs to Paulina Harrow out of heat number 1 at 245 pounds. And it looks like it's going to stand.
I love that shirt. The Anti-Gravity Gravity Club.
Here goes Abigail Dommett at 210. She missed at 215. Annalise Moore at 200.
Yeah, one of the rules here, you are able to go down and load. You know, sometimes you'll see it where once you declare a weight, you can't go lower, but making the allowance here for athletes to adjust accordingly.
Moore cannot get through 200. Dommett's got the jerk remaining here at 210, and she is not able to make it. So she will settle for a final score of 205 pounds. Annalise Moore, her best lift was 190.
That's what's brutal about these complexes. For an athlete like Abigail Dommett, she's got through basically the entire complex except for the jerk on 2 separate lifts.
Allison Rouse on the right of your screen going for the lead right now at 220. Faith Stewart has jumped up to 200 pounds. Rouse fighting through these front squats. Not able to get through her second and final front squat as Faith Stewart is not able to complete the jerk. Cody Vitato and Katie Callior will be up next. Vitato on her last attempt failed at 205. And she's going to make another attempt at that same weight. She's in the back part of your screen, upper left-hand part. Now left side, Callior at 205 as well. Potato onto the 2 front squats, as is Callior. Potato for the jerk and just not able to get under that. Fails for the second straight time at 205. Callior does not.
And you can see the difference a little bit. You know, Callior and Vitato at the same spot weight-wise, but Callior able to power clean the first 2 reps instead of having to switch on the cleans. Saved a little bit left in the tank on those legs for the jerk, and that was all the difference.
Holly Henderson and Sequoia Barrera up next. Henderson at 200 pounds. Barrera looking to take the lead at 225. And Barrera out the back on that second clean. Barrera is going to settle for 215 for her final score. Henderson makes 200. Final two lifters will be Colette Casey and Meredith Swindle. Casey is going to make a 5-pound jump from her last attempt up to 205. Swindle up to 225 to win the heat. Swindle at 225. Her last successful lift was 215. That tied her with Barrera for first place in this heat. She is through the 3 cleans. 2 front squats and 1 jerk remain. The jerk for the win. And Swindle can't get under it. And she will tie with Sequoia Barrera for the lead in this heat at 215. Paulina Haro still has your top score with 1 heat remaining at 245. Everything looked great for Meredith Swindle until that final lift.
And it all came down to the jerk. You know, so much of this complex rests on that final lift. Sequoia Barrera, one of the 2 athletes to watch coming into this heat, showcases why putting in a good lift at 215 would be the biggest lift that we had seen up to that point in her heat. Put a little bit of pressure on the back half on athletes like Meredith Swindle. Sequoia opted for the push jerk. Not to be outdone. Meredith Swindle, for the most part, this entire time looked comfortable with the complex. Nice, steady rhythm, solid cadence overall, not rushing any lift. And after seeing Sequoia get 215, she was able to match it and move into a tie for first in the heat with a 215 lift of her own.
So Meredith Swindle and Sequoia Barrera, the 2 top lifts in heat number 2 at 215 pounds. 245, still the top score. We'll see if anybody can beat it here in the 3rd and final heat of the opening event for the individuals.
Hey, literally, this is the fittest crowd I've ever seen. Like, seriously, you all have the biceps going on, and it's good. It's amazing. Look good out there. Especially you, man. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I like you. Who's that guy? What's his name? True? Crew. Welcome to the Syndicate Ground, Crew.
Opening event for the women continues here on the first day of competition of the Syndicate Crown from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Day 1 of semifinals coverage presented by Noble. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. First of 3 days of competition and the first of 6 events for the women. We're starting heavy with the Barbell Complex presented by Monster Hydro.
2 athletes will go at a time in a 1-minute window. 1 attempt allowed. They'll have to go through the complex of 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 jerk, also known as a shoulder to overhead. After 3 attempts, top lift reigns supreme.
And as we move through these attempts, that footwork becomes more and more important on those heavy lifts.
We've already seen so many lifts come down to that final jerk. Having clean, efficient footwork, committing to that footwork in the jerk could be all the difference in 5 to 6 placings on the leaderboard. And then map it out. Have all of your attempts planned. You know, whether you hit all of your attempts, whether you miss a couple or you miss your opener, have everything mapped out.
Third and final heat. 10 more athletes on the floor. Lane 6 is Haley Adams. She's looking to make it back to the CrossFit Games yet again and win this semifinal. For more on that, here's Nikki Brazier.
You know, historically, guys, these single modality weightlifting events have not been the best for Haley. A little bit of damage control needs to happen here at the start of this first event. But I caught up with her coach, Taser Prusevich, who told me that Haley has basically been in a strength cycle for the last year. So hoping to make a big difference. We'll see if it comes through in this weightlifting event.
We talked to Haley yesterday, and she understands that this is a damage control event for her, but she has matured as an athlete and understands that this just one event is not going to derail her entire competition.
Yeah, and she even said that, you know, the shift in training with the strength cycle, putting the strength at the front of her training day to give a higher priority and a better focus as far as her intensity and the attention that she gives it has made a huge difference. And she has to be happy with what she's seen for the first 2 heats and a lot of athletes missing attempts. And there's an opportunity for her to do some good damage control in this event.
First 2 athletes up, Madison McElhaney, pardon me, and Emily White. White at 215, so we're already starting with the heaviest lift that we saw in the last heat. McElhaney at 220.
McElhaney, one of the stronger athletes in this field. She was a top finisher in the snatch event last year at Granite Games, a former pro MMA fighter turning to CrossFit. She's still pretty young in the sport, but has got some impressive skill sets with her lifting and gymnastics skill.
Got to bring up Christine Best and Christine Kohlenbrander. Kohlenbrander going to start at 220, Best at 195. Kohlenbrander, a 2-time team competitor with CrossFit 417 in 2017 and 2018 at the CrossFit Games. She was 5th with 417 in 2018.
And Kohlenbrander kind of announced her arrival on the individual scene last year when she won the opening event of the MAC with the 210 snatch. Just missed out, went to the last chance qualifier, got to be on the demo team last year. Hoping to make the leap this year. Christine Best, 2020 Games qualifier, trying to find her old form after having to withdraw last year at the West Coast Classic.
Haley Adams and Olivia Sulek up next. Adams at 185, Sulek starting at 210. 2 athletes who cut their teeth in the teenage competition at the CrossFit Games.
Haley Adams, obviously a CrossFit Games champion in the teenage divisions. And her coach, Tasia Persevich, a former individual games athlete and team champion on Mayhem Freedom.
Watching with Mackenzie Riley. Adams through the 3 cleans nicely. Sulek onto the front squats at 210. Sulek has it. Adams has it.
And I spoke with Haley yesterday. She said all she needs to do is get through the front squats. Any weight that she would attempt today, she feels comfortable in the jerk because she's so strong overhead from her gymnastics background. She just needs to make sure she can get through the front squats.
We saw Taser Persevich try to communicate with Haley Adams, 21 years old and looking for her 7th CrossFit Games.
Just insane. And you know, while we were talking about Haley, Olivia Sulek at 18 just quietly put up a 210 there. If she's able to stay consistent and go 3 for 3, she could be putting up a top lift in this event.
Ariel Lowen and Paige Semenza both at 205. Lowen at the top of your screen. She was the surprise winner of the Granite Games last year. And Paige Semenza, who's competed at the CrossFit Games before as an individual back in 2018 when she qualified out of the Atlantic Regional.
Got to watch Paige qualify in 2019 as well out of the Brazil CrossFit Championship. Former hockey player, Ohio State.
And both Lowen and Semenza are good at 205, which will bring us to Christy Aramo O'Connell and Alexis Raptis. Aramo O'Connell at 205, Raptis at 200.
And everybody so far has been within a very specific range in some of their openers. It's going to be tight. It's going to come down to who can go, you know, who can stay consistent in their lifts, have a good lift day, maybe catch a little magic and go 3 for 3. Make smart jumps.
Raptis is through those 3 cleans. Now on to the 2 front squats. Aramo O'Connell good at 205. And Raptis good at 200. Round 1 is done.
Yep. Get one on the board. Feel good about the lift. Shake out some of the nerves for an athlete like Raptis, former teenage division as well, podium finisher in the teenage divisions. But now looking to make the leap as well after being in the last chance qualifier last year, just missing out at the West Coast.
Back to Madison McElhaney and Emily White, the 2 of them with 225 on the bars. Remember, the top score still stands from heat number 1, Paulina Harrow at 245 pounds.
Interesting that, you know, McElhaney's had a more aggressive opener, but they end up at the same spot for their second attempt. You know, sometimes it pays to be a little bit more conservative and feel a little bit fresher going into your second attempt. But, you know, for someone like Madison who's so strong, maybe she just needed to get a lift in.
Second and final front squat from McElhaney. White is good on the jerk, and both women get 225 on the board. Christine Best and Christine Kohlenbrander are up next. Kohlenbrander had the top lift out of round number 1 at 220, and she's making a 15-pound jump to 235. Kohlenbrander, 2 cleans down, 1 remain. Now on to the front squats for Christine Kohlenbrander, who looks to retake the lead here in round 2. Best is good at 205. Kohlenbrander sticks the jerk, and she is once again in front, 235 pounds the top lift. Paulina Harrow has the top score at 245 out of heat number 1.
A little shaky on the jerk there for Kohlenbrander. Needed a bit of a press out. Maybe didn't fully commit to the footwork, but you know, that's a good number for her. We talked to her before. She mentioned that that's what she hit in training in preparation at 235, and that was her goal for the weekend. So she can at least check that one off the box as far as hitting her goal in this lift.
Haley Adams and Olivia Sulek. Adams at 195, Sulek at 220. And Adams is good at 195. Sulek hits 220. Rich Froning liking what he's seeing from Haley Adams, and Tasia Persevich sitting next to former Games veteran Mackenzie Riley.
Strong lift from Sulek at 220. We had a chance to catch up with her before at check-in. She said she's really pumped on the lifting event. The heavy barbell is always one of her favorites. It was something that she was really excited to showcase her strength coming into this after kind of getting her feet wet last year at the MAC in her first individual competition.
Ariel Lowen going up to 210. Paige Semenza at 215. Tommy, you mentioned her collegiate hockey career. She played at Ohio State from 2009 to 2013. She tied for the team lead her senior season with 13 goals and had 7 multiple point games and a hat trick versus North Dakota. I am trying to get her to relocate to Northern California and play on my beer league team. Could use some help. Semenza good at 215. Low and good at 210. Christy Aramo O'Connell and Alexis Raptis up next. Aramo O'Connell is up to 210. Raptis also at 210.
Alexis Raptis has just been on fire this year. Tremendous performance in the quarterfinals, finishing second in North America. Top-rated athlete coming out of the quarterfinals at this event. Training at a training think tank, that crew in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Aramo O'Connell at 210 is good, and Raptis makes the jerk at 210 as well. Third and final round up next.
And all the reports out of training think tank is that Alexis has just been on fire in training.
We go back to Madison McElhaney and Emily White. White has gone up to 230, as has McElhaney.
And White, unfortunately, not able to stand up her second clean.
McElhaney still alive here. 230 right now is the third best lift in the event.
Tied with Lauren Scott from the first heat.
McElhaney unable to get through that. She will wind up with the best lift at 225, as will Emily White. Christine Best and Christine Kohlenbrander up next. Kohlenbrander has 245 on the bar. That would tie her with Harrow for first place in the event. Best jumping up to 210. Kohlenbrander with a power clean at 245 to open up. Gets under the second one. And her third clean is good. 2 front squats.
So strong. So powerful. No problem standing up any of those cleans.
Best is good at 210. Kohlenbrander at 245 to tie for first place in the event.
And having the just brute strength to press out 245 after all of that. Legs are tired. Footwork maybe wasn't what she wanted, but still able to lock it out. There's no press out rule in CrossFit.
And looking to start this year's semifinal off the same way she did last year with a first place finish. Right now she would be tied with Paulina Harrow for the event win. And now it's Olivia Sulek and Haley Adams. Sulek up to 225, Adams at 200. Adams is through her front squats. Sulek is good at 225. Adams hits that, and that is a solid result for Haley Adams.
It's a solid, effort for both of them, because for someone like Olivia, she looked up the line. Emily White and McElhaney missed at 230, so matches them at 225. For someone like Haley Adams, we saw athletes in the last heat make the jump to 205 and not get it, so they stuck at 195. She threads the needle in between and is going to pick up some points to do some damage control at 200.
Ariel Lowen up to 215 as Paige Semenza moves to 220. Low and struggling, so 215 won't go for her. She'll wind up with a final score of 210. Semenza good on the jerk for 220. Christy Aramo O'Connell and Alexis Raptis will close things out. 215 on the bar for both of them.
And that's a good sign for Paige Semenza, who just hit 220, knowing that two athletes that she's likely going to be in competition for a game spot aren't trying to match her, and at least she's going to have them beat in this event. This lift also huge because Lowen just missed at 215, so she will be at 210. Put both of them ahead of her.
Wrap this through the front squats with this final one, and she will make that. Aramo O'Connell makes the jerk, and Raptis will hit that lift. But it's Christine Kohlenbrander who ties Paulina Harrow for the event win at 245. The two of them both picking up 100 points. And things starting like they did last year in Knoxville for Christine Kohlenbrander. You mentioned that she had an event win last year at the MAC. Another one here at the Syndicate Crown.
Yeah, history repeating itself in Knoxville with the first event in the heavy barbell. Christine Kohlenbrander hits both of her first two lifts at 225, 235, matching what she was able to do in training. Takes her shot at 245 to try and tie Paulina Harrow with the top lift from an earlier event. And after making quick work of those front squats, oof, the raw strength to be able to press out 245. Can you do that, Sean?
Nope.
And that's why she's a top contender for a game spot. She walks away with a tie for first place in event number 1.
And she is with Nikki Brazier.
Well, congrats, Christine. I'm dying to know, because you power cleaned that first rep like it was nothing. How much of that 245 was pre-planned, or how much of it was sort of the vibe, the energy, and how you were feeling?
I knew I could power clean it, but that one was like, okay, I'm going to have to spot clean the next two, and that made the complex way harder, but we got it.
And this is one way to start the weekend. I know that the last season for you was there were just a couple points that kept you out from going to the game. So how does it change your mindset kicking off a weekend with that type of a win?
I'm just fired up. Yeah, last year just fired me up, and I'm here for some redemption. So,
congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great start for Christine Kohlenbrander. She picks up 100 points along with Paulina Harrow. The women are done. The men coming up next. The 2022 Syndicate Crown is brought to you by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. By the U.S. Army, know your Army. And by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. First of 3 days of competition here at the Syndicate Crown, rolling on inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Tommy Marquez, Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. The Barbell Complex up next for the men, presented by Monster Hydro.
Just as we saw with the women, 3 attempts for max load of the complex. You got 3 cleans, 2 front squats, 1 jerk or a shoulder to overhead. Basically anyhow. The cleans can be power, can be full clean. Your choice. You only get 1 attempt in your 1-minute window to lift.
What's your recipe for success here in event number 1?
Well, Christine Kohlenbrander kind of proved me wrong a little bit, but it's all right. Fancy footwork in the jerk can be a lifesaver, because we've seen a lot of athletes have their performance come down to that last lift in the jerk, and then map it out. Make sure you have a plan for all 3 lifts, and also have a plan in case you miss one of those attempts to adjust on the fly.
First of 3 heats for the men. 9 athletes will be on the floor here. Dex Hopkins will be in lane number 8, and I think he is wearing an appropriate shirt for this event.
Oh, man.
As you take a look at Vicente Azua Jr. in lane number 5. Dex Hopkins will be down there in lane number 9. As the men in this opening heat all loading their barbells for their first attempts. First of 3 attempts they will get in there is Dex Hopkins with the Austin 316 shirt on, looking to stone cold stun this barbell.
Ah, yes. Big fan of the Austin 316, which says thou shall lift heavy weight. Dex, one of the stronger athletes in the field. Former Games team athlete with CrossFit Maximus back in the day. His team actually qualified out of the Filthy 150 in 2020 before that season was cut short. Looking to make another run as an individual. I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, 3 big wheels on either side for him at some point during this complex.
Up first in lane 2 is Mike McDonald out of CrossFit Crash, opening up at 285. Remember, they can regrip in the hang. They just cannot rest the barbell in the crease of their hip. It is okay to rest in the front rack. The barbell cannot rest on the ground. McDonald is good at 285. The Raphael Sanson and Hal Fisher up next. Sanson in lane 3 at the top of your screen. Fisher in lane 4.
Little shout out to Raphael Sanson. He's from Richard Russell CrossFit in Soledad, California. That's just up the road from my hometown in California in Salinas. I've trained with him before in the past at a buddy's gym. Good dude, very fit individual, clearly. Pumped to see him out here on the competition floor.
Sanson onto the front squats, as is Hal Fisher on the right. Fisher's good at 290. Sanson good at 275. Up next will be Vicente Azua Jr. and James Sprague. Azua Jr. at 300 to start. And Sprague at 285. Now you've gotten to talk to James Sprague a little bit. We ran into him yesterday during athlete registration. There is always a smile on that kid's face.
Oh my gosh, one of the most infectious personalities in the sport. If you don't know James Sprague, you will once you get near him, because he will strike up a conversation with you in an instant. All-around nice guy. His dad, Masters Games athlete. He's a former teenage athlete. He's training with the Brute Strength crew down in Naples, Florida. He's been slowly getting better at each major competition. Had a strong performance at Wodapalooza earlier this year, hoping to be in the hunt for a game spot this weekend.
Azua Jr. makes 300 pounds, the best lift we have seen so far. Sprague is good at 285 to open up. Matthias Porter and Daniel Sterling will be the next 2 to lift. Porter at 275, Sterling opening up at 295. Sterling will make 295 count. Porter has 275 in the bag. Final two lifters, Dex Hopkins and Mike Evans. Hopkins opening up at 295. Evans at 275 for his first of 3 attempts.
And after the Stone Cold reference, I'm already having some people hit me up saying I quoted the verse wrong, which was a little revisionist history because I can't exactly say what that actually means.
Hopkins quickly through the first 3 cleans and right into the front squats. And that's the bottom line because Dex Hopkins said so.
Well played. Well played.
295 on his opening attempt is good. Mike Evans looking to close out 275, and he will do that. So every athlete successful on his opening lift as we move into the second of 3 rounds here in the opening heat for the men here in event number 1. One of 6 events in which they will compete over the next 3 days here in Knoxville. Mike McDaniel making a 10-pound jump from 285 to 295 for his second attempt. Pardon me, Mike McDonald. And now the jerk for McDonald, and he will make it. 2 for 2 so far for the man from CrossFit Crash, Mike McDonald.
And that actually looked better than the previous attempt. You can see some of these athletes starting to finally loosen up after the first lift, having that long break between when they get corralled to come out into the floor and when they actually get to touch the barbell.
Up next, Raphael Sanson and Hal Fisher. Sanson jumping from 275 up to 290, and Fisher is going to go to 305 after hitting 290 on his first attempt.
Man, just beautiful technique from both of these athletes.
Jerk for Fisher is good. He's your event leader right now at 305.
Good patience on the footwork with Sanson. You know, the gather of the front foot took an extra second before gathering the back foot just to make sure he stabilized it overhead.
Vicente Azua Jr. and James Sprague up next. Azua Jr. going to 310 to take the lead here. Sprague up to 295.
And Sprague utilizing the full minute here. You know, we've seen a lot of athletes hop right onto the barbell, but you know, Sprague waiting about 20 seconds before getting going.
Azua Jr. is through his first 2 front squats, and he will hit the jerk, and he is now your leader at 310 pounds. The jerk for Sprague is good at 295. Matthias Porter and Daniel Sterling up next. Sterling is up at 310 as well, making a 15-pound jump from his last lift. And Porter's gone up 20 pounds from 275 to 295. Sterling will hit 310 to tie for the lead. And Porter is good at 295. Dex Hopkins is looking to move into a tie for the lead as well. He's got 310 on his barbell. Mike Evans jumping up from 275 up to 290 for attempt number 2. Hopkins through his 3 cleans and wasting no time again getting into the 2 front squats. The jerk is good for Dex Hopkins, and a 3-way tie for first place now between Hopkins, Daniel Sterling, and Vicente Azua Jr. as we head into the 3rd and final round. Mike Evans looking to put the finishing touches on 290.
And I really like the approach from Hopkins, really quick through those first 5 movements and then taking his extra beat in between the jerk to get your breath, make sure your midline's strong.
1 round remains here in the first of 3 heats in the opening event for the men of the Syndicate Crown. We go back to Mike McDonald. 10 pounds he has added to get up to 305 for his final attempt. The jerk won't go for McDonald. So 295 will be his score. Dex Hopkins has his bar loaded at 325. Daniel Sterling is at 330. And we have a couple 320s out there.
And I'm curious if he's waiting to see if he could maybe make an adjustment because he is the last lifter to go.
Hal Fisher jumping up to 320. Raphael Sanson at 310. Sanson is good and Fisher can't make the jerk.
And that's a lesson in smart jumps, right? Fisher's last lift was 305. Sanson started 15 pounds lower than Fisher. Took a little bit more methodical jump. He ends up with 310. Fisher ends up with 305. All that matters is what's lifted in the end. Being conservative pays off for Sanson.
Vicente Azua Jr. moving up to 325. He was one of 3 guys that hit 310 in round number 2. This would be for the lead. James Sprague is at 300. Sprague once again taking his time.
Just trying to utilize every little bit of this 1 minute window.
And Azua Jr. has credit for the rep. He was able to get it.
What a save.
He got the down signal from his judge before he stepped off the platform. That lift will count.
Oh man, I would have loved to see, you know, those maps where you can see what muscles are firing. I think he would have been painted red with everything clenched in his body trying to hold on to that barbell.
Here's Sprague at 300, and Sprague can't hit the jerk. Sprague will wind up at 295. And now to Matthias Porter and Daniel Sterling. Sterling for the lead here at 330.
And we saw Dex Hopkins talking to the head judge before. It was
and
probably
Sterling's going to miss.
Man, it was probably because he was waiting to see what Sterling was going to declare, but now the door's open with the miss at 330.
Azua Jr. is your leader at 325. And right now, Hopkins is looking to tie that with his final attempt.
A solid 3-for-3 performance from Matthias Porter.
Dex Hopkins and Mike Evans, the last two men to go. Hopkins to tie Azua Jr. here for the lead with 2 heats remaining at 325. Second of 2 front squats for Hopkins. And the jerk is there for Dex Hopkins. Someone throw that guy a couple of beers.
A couple of cold ones. I'm half expecting him to ride out in the Budweiser truck.
Dex Hopkins and Vicente Azua Jr. tie at 325 with 2 heats remaining.
Man, good fight from Dex at the end there at 325. Wasn't quite locked out, really fought to finish the press out. Good stability overhead. Gets him one of the top lifts.
325, the top score here in the opening event for the men with 2 heats remaining. Day 1 of 3 continuing here at the Syndicate Crown inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. Sean Woodland and Tommy Marquez, thanks for being with us, everybody, as event number 1 for the men continues. 1 heat is down, 2 remain. The Barbell Complex presented by Monster Hydro.
Yeah, each athlete will get 3 attempts. 2 athletes will be working at a time in 1-minute windows to do 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and a jerk or shoulder to overhead. Anyhow, you only get 1 attempt in that window. The biggest lift wins.
Recipe for success for event 1. That footwork really comes into play as these weights get heavy.
Yeah, especially in the second and third lifts where we've seen everything come down to just being able to make the jerk. Good footwork equals good technique, and good technique always wins out. Map it out, have a plan, make sure you have all your different lifts and possible adjustments to your strategy planned out before you go on the competition floor.
10 men will be out there on the floor for this second of 2 heats. And in lane number 9, a man from the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team, Jacob Pfaff.
Yeah, one of the athletes that could probably put up the biggest number here. He's got a 385-pound listed 1-rep max clean and jerk. He's one of the top lifters last year at the Granite Games. He's just one of the athletes that anytime there's a max strength event, you have to keep your eye on.
And then at the other end of the floor, Matt Poulin.
Yeah, one of the breakout stars in the Open, finished second worldwide behind Saxon Panchik, part of the brute strength crew as well. Now the question is, can he translate that into success on the competition floor here in semifinals?
Yeah, Poulin will be one of the first men to lift here in the second of 2 heats, or pardon me, 3 heats. He and Raymond Romanek will open things up, and Poulin has his barbell loaded at 285. Looks like Romanek is at 275. 325 pounds, the top score out of heat number 1, belongs to both Vicente Azua Jr. and Dex Hopkins. First of 3 rounds. Starting off with Raymond Romanek on the left at 275 and Matt Poulin on the right. Poulin is good at 285.
Most of these opening lifts shouldn't see much struggle. Just trying to get one on the board, grease the groove a little bit. Typically in a weightlifting meet, when you have 3 attempts, you have your opener that it's pretty much money in the bank. Then the lift that you're hoping to walk away with, that you'd be happy with, is your second attempt. And you know, if you hit 2 for 2, then you can kind of maybe take a chance.
Evan Rogers and Spencer Airy both at 275. Four athletes have gone. All 4 athletes have been good on their opening attempt. Next 2, Roldan Goldbaum and Scott Tetlow. Tetlow at 280. 320 to open for
my
Goldbaum.
Goodness. 5 pounds south of the best lift, and it's in his first attempt.
So far, so good for Goldbaum at 320. 2 front squats are good. And that looked easy for Goldbaum, who is now just 5 pounds away from the top lift that we saw in heat number 1.
At 22 years old, representing Mexico in Strong Suit CrossFit. Man, that's what's great about these live competitions. You get some of these up-and-comers that you haven't been able to see in competition before, and then they start to put up some eye-popping numbers.
Tristan Majorano and Alex Smith. Smith at 295 to open. Majorano at 280. We'll get to see Alex's older brother Ben in the next heat.
It's always good to see Alec on the competition floor. He's got tremendous strength. He's one of the few athletes that have cleaned 400 pounds in his career. You know, great technique as a former gymnast. For him, it always comes down to whether or not he's intently focused on trying to qualify, or if he's just out here to compete and have a good time.
And Jacob Pfaff and Brian Hune will close out the round. Hune at 295, Pfaff up at 310. This would be the second best lift that we have seen here in round number 1 if Pfaff makes it. So far, the 8 men who have gone have all made their opening attempts.
Man, Pfaff power cleaning the first 3.
Pfaff looked like he was a little off balance on the jerk, but still made it work. And he is now in second place as we head into round number 2 of 3. Back to Raymond Romanek and Matt Poulin. Poulin making a 15-pound jump up to 300. Romanek up to 295. It's a 20-pound jump for him. Final clean for Poulin at 300. Romanek is good at 295. Now the jerk for Poulin, and he will make it.
Good lift. He's probably gonna need to stay perfect here and go 3 for 3, because some of the numbers that we're already seeing show up, especially some of the heavy hitters in the final heat, for an athlete like Poulin that's, you know, trying to break through, might be doing some damage control, as crazy as it sounds at 300 pounds.
Evan Rogers up to 290, making a 15-pound jump. And Spencer Airy adds 10 pounds and moves up to 285. Both are good. Brings up Scott Tetlow and Roldan Goldbaum, who's moved up to 340. Oof. Tetlow at 295. Goldbaum for the lead in the event. Quickly under that third clean, down to the 2 front squats.
320 pounds for Roldan's first set, 340 here for his second attempt.
And Goldbaum has it at 340. And he is your new event leader, and he still has a round remaining.
It looks like you can see him talking to his coach there. It almost looked like he was saying he was going to call it. Like at 340, he may not want to take another attempt. I don't know. Good lift from Scott Tetlow, too, at 295. Trying to keep him in the chase.
Tristan Mairano and Alex Smith on their second attempts. Mairano with 290, whereas Smith has got 310. 15-pound jump for Alex Smith. And that is picture perfect. Marano is good too at 2'8", 290.
Great technique as we're used to seeing from Alec. He's always a great lifter, always great at the gymnastics. Good to see him healthy too, because he's dealt with some back injuries in the past.
Jacob Pfaff jumping from 310 up to 320 for his second attempt. And Hune up to 315.
Big jump from Hune. He's an interesting case. He was kind of boomer bust last year at the West Coast Classic. Had a couple of nice finishes, a fourth in legless, a second in push-pull, but then also had a bunch of finishes outside of the top 20, so a seesaw weekend for him in Vegas last year.
And both are good.
He wasn't the first and not the last to have a seesaw weekend in Vegas, if that's...
Round 2 is done. We move into the third and final round here of the second heat. One heat remains after this. And we already have a new event leader. And it's Roland Goldbaum, who made 340 on attempt number 2. Back to Raymond Romanek and Matt Poulin.
And I misspoke a second ago. Brian Hune was second in the regional closer, not push-pull.
Romanek can't stick the jerk. Here goes Poulin at 315 for his final portion, and he won't be able to make it. Evan Rogers and Spencer Ari are up next.
And that's, I mean, Romanek and Poulin both went for 315, but Poulin gets the benefit because he made a little bit more aggressive jump to start at 300. You know, different paths to the same weight, but does get paid off for being a little more aggressive early on.
Same weight on the bar for both Rogers and Ari. Rogers and Ari onto the front squats. Jerk is good for Ari. Rogers can't make it, so 295 for Spencer Ari is good. And now Scott Tetlow and Roland Goldbaum are up next, and Goldbaum's jumping up to 350.
Man, I would love to just say I could even get close to one clean at 350 in my lifetime. This is a crazy impressive number.
Two athletes out of Mexico being very impressive here on day number 1 for the individuals. We saw Paulina Harrow split the event win with Christine Kohlenbrander earlier, and now Roland Goldbaum looks to set the mark to beat heading into the third and final heat at 350. He's already the leader at 340, and he's not going to be able to get that, but still the top score for Goldbaum as Tetlow works his way through 300. Tetlow has it.
A nice performance from Tetlow. We saw a few athletes already miss at 295, a couple miss at 315 and end up at 300. So to be able to get that one in the books, go 3 for 3.
Tristan Majorano and Alex Smith up next.
As I say, for Tetlow, that's for an event that might not be his best, that's going to be a good finish.
Majorano is good at 300 as Alex Smith works through his front squats. And now the jerk, and Smith just can't get it. He'll wind up with a score of 310, though.
Still a good score.
And Jacob Pfaff has 330 on the bar. If he hits this, he'll move into second place behind Goldbaum.
And I think this is a smart jump, right? You know, you may not be able to catch Goldbaum, but you know, you saw the athletes from the earlier heats at 325. You just got to get ahead of them and put a little pressure on the athletes coming out in heat 3.
Final front squat for Pfaff is good. And the jerk will count as well. So Jacob Pfaff moving into second place right now in this event. And
impressive lift.
Goldbaum liked it.
Also impressive that he's not wearing lifters, too.
There's Brian Hune, at 325, not going to be able to make it. So Roldan Goldbaum at 340 pounds that he hit on his second attempt is your new event leader.
I'm asking a question. You think it's a good show? Dude, I like the hair, man. That looks good. The blue shirt, that's some good going on there.
Roldan Goldbaum came out quickly and made a big statement at 320 for his opener.
Yeah, just 5 pounds below the best lift we had seen so far in the opening lift. And then says, you know what? Throw another 20 pounds on there. Let's go up for 340. The biggest number we've seen, make or miss, on the scorecard. And Goldbaum showcasing some tremendous leg strength. I mean, to be able to grit through those first 3 cleans, considering he had to squat clean each one of them, and still have enough left in the tank for the jerk. Just some raw power there.
He had 350 on the bar for his third and final attempt and was not able to make it, but it doesn't matter right now because Roldan Goldbaum is your event leader. 340 pounds, the top score. The final heat coming up next. Third and final heat up next for the opening event for the men here at the Syndicate Crown from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Day 1 of our semifinals coverage presented by Noble. The Barbell Complex is what awaits, and we just saw some impressive numbers get put up by Roldan Goldbaum, 340 pounds.
Yeah, he took that 340. He did 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 jerk. That's the complex. Each athlete will get 3 attempts. 2 athletes will be working at a time in the 1-minute window.
Recipe for success for event number 1.
Some fancy footwork. You want to make sure you have good technique in the jerk. When it comes to the split jerk, that means good footwork. And then map it out. We've seen some athletes make some aggressive jumps, some different strategies as far as their weights chosen. You should know exactly what you're going to do when you step on the competition floor. No guessing.
10 men on the floor for this third and final heat, including the defending fittest men on earth, Justin Medeiros, and in lane number 8, Griffin Raleigh. And if anybody's got a chance of chasing down Golden Gold bounce mark of 340, it is Griffin Raleigh. And let's go down to the competition floor to Nikki Brazier.
All eyes are on Griffin Raleigh for this event. The last time he won a weightlifting event at the Norwegian CrossFit Championship, they had to bring out extra plates for him to hit his max. And it's not that he doesn't have a plan for this event, but his plan is fluid. He says he's going to keep an eye out on the other platforms and make a final decision on how much to lift, just so that he can get that winning spot.
1 minute.
Griffin Raleigh already with 3 big blues on that barbell for his opening attempt. Justin Medeiros, the last time he lost an in-person competition, it was in Knoxville, and it was to 2 of the men who are here. One of them on the left of your screen, Jason Hopper. The other is at the middle, Scott Panchik.
And it's hard to argue there was a bigger breakout star during semifinals last year than Jason Hopper. Just the way he controlled the event from start to finish as the winner of the MAC last year. Scott Panchik obviously finishing second, also beating out Medeiros. And after what a crazy run at the games we saw from Panchik and what looked like a retirement year, he's back. And excited to see if he's got another one in the tank.
First 2 lifters out will be Mark Hutchinson and Garrett Clark. Hutchinson competed quite a bit back in the old regional format, 4-time regional competitor at the Atlantic Regional.
And Hutchinson was one of the athletes last year, if you remember, at the MAC. It was raining 300-pound snatches. Hutchinson was one of the providers on that end. And Garrett Clark, you know, an interesting athlete to watch. He won the Fittest Experience competition this offseason. Been hearing some hype around him as a potential sleeper athlete this weekend.
Up next, Tudor Magda and Ben Smith, the 2015 fittest man on earth on the right side of your screen, opening up at 285. Magda at 325.
And that is a huge number for Magda. That's one of the things he's really been focused on the offseason is his strength as a teenage athlete trying to make the jump. You know, he was a champion just a couple of years ago in the 16 to 17 division. One of the big separators, at least on the men's side, is the top end strength that it takes to go to the games. You just don't have it usually coming right out of the teenage divisions.
Magda is through his front squats. Smith is done with 285. And Magda has it. It will count. And looking down the floor here, sorry, Tommy, mentioned Griffin Raleigh. He also has 325 on the bar.
A strong lift from Magda. Strong poker face from a judge. He was walking right towards her. Didn't flinch.
Cole Grayshaber and Jason Hopper. Hopper at 310. Grayshaber at 305.
Beautiful cadence from Hopper. Each lift stands it up. Quick pause at the hip. Right back down.
Hopper good at 310. And Grayshaber makes 305 count.
Interesting. Grayshaber, when we talked to him yesterday before, he said the lift event was one of the ones they might have to do a little damage control in, but he looked fine. Opening with 305.
Will Morad is up next along with Griffin Raleigh. Morad's at 295. Raleigh staying put at 325 for his opener.
I mean, look at how he's power cleaning that 325, no problem.
Morad good at 295. Raleigh for the jerk is good at 325 to tie Tudor Magda for the lead here in round 1. And now it's Scott Panchik and Justin Medeiros. Panchik is at 305, Medeiros at 315. And there is Matt Fraser, who has moved into a coach's role, working with Jason Hopper and that HWPO crew. Panchik, who, in air quotes, retired after last year's CrossFit Games.
Oh man, great lifts from both of them.
Is looking to get back to Madison this year as Matt Fraser continues to take notes.
Panchik, you can see on the left side of your screen when during that lift, got to utilize the power clean a little bit more. It's something that is pretty well known amongst the athletes, how powerful he is in that lift. If you remember back the 2019 games, that Max Clean event, when Fraser had the opportunity to hit the walk-off with that last barbell, and he gave that interview afterwards, and he says, I knew I had to hit it because I didn't want to get into a power clean off with Scott Panchik because they had the power cleans that were the tiebreaker there. So even Matt Fraser recognized how good he is with that lift.
Mark Hutchinson moving up 10 pounds to 310. Garrett Clark adds 20 pounds and goes up to 320. Hutchinson has it.
You can see Hutchinson, I think he mouthed 315, looking like maybe something's wrong. I don't know. Didn't it look like there was some question between him and his coach around how big of a jump to make.
Well, Tudor Magda is trying to duplicate the effort from Roldan Goldbaum and hit 340 on his second attempt. Ben Smith has moved up to 305. If Magda hits this, he will be tied for the event lead.
Man, imagine being that strong.
Magda's got it.
At that young.
Tied for first.
19 years old. Moving that kind of weight.
Unbelievable for Tudor Magda.
Ben Smith, solid lift at 305. He's looking to make it to a 12th CrossFit Games.
Hopper making a 15-pound jump to 325. Cole Grayshaber now to 315 after making 305 on his opening attempt. Second of 3 rounds here. Hopper is good. And Grayshaber at 315.
It's a good lift from Hopper. Right now, already good enough for a top 5 lift from the previous heats.
Griffin Raleigh looking to tie Tudor Magda and Roldan Goldbaum for the top lift at 340. Will Morad has jumped up to 305.
And Will Morad looks way better in this round than he did the previous one. I think he just needed to shake off some of the rust from standing in the athlete line. Because already his lift looked a little bit better than the last one, at least on the clean.
Into the front squats here at 340. Morad makes 305. This to tie for the lead for Raleigh. No problem. He's got to stabilize it, and he does get credit.
It's crazy that he almost missed. The only chance he had at missing that lift was rushing the jerk on his footwork. Otherwise, no problem.
Justin Medeiros has jumped up to 330. And Scott Panchik is at 320. This would tie Medeiros for second in the event. Panchik looks great at 320. Medeiros, no problem at 330. 1 round remains.
Man, not a single missed lift so far in this final round.
Medeiros is communicating with Adam Knifer, who's directly in front of him in the front row of the stands here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. Back to Hutchinson and Clark. Clark trying to tie Medeiros at 330. Well, 315 counts for Hutchinson, and Garrett Clark cannot make 330. His best lift, 320 pounds. Tudor Magda, this for the lead at 345. Ben Smith is at 325.
Interesting, only a 5-pound jump from Magda here from the 340 lift. Maybe just playing the game of, hey, I'm just going to get into first and force you to perform and have to make the lift, and I'm happy with whatever comes after that.
Well, Griffin Raleigh, who's tied with Magda and Goldbaum right now, also has 345 on his barbell. Two generations of the sport on the screen right now. Ben Smith and Tudor Magda. Magda is good at 345, and Smith can't hit 325, and Magda is pumped. He has first place all by himself in this event, but Griffin Raleigh is coming up.
Like you said, Sean, two generations. The guy who just hit 345 was 7 years old when Ben Smith showed up to the games for the first time.
Jason Hopper is at 335 for his final attempt. Cole Grayshaber at 325, adding 10 pounds from round 2. Hopper just can't get it. Oof. Hopper will wind up with a score of 325. And here's Grayshaber. And he will make that lift and wind up with a score of 325 pounds, which right now puts him in a tie for third. For fourth, now that Goldbaum's score is in second.
And it may end up being lower once the ties get broken too. But still, great lift given that Hopper missed his.
Will Morad is at 315, making another 10-pound jump. Griffin Raleigh looking to tie Tudor Magda.
never seen a 345 squat look that easy.
Raleigh is really riding the line there, and the jerk will count to Magda and Raleigh. 345 to tie for what looks like the event win. Scott Panchik and Justin Medeiros both at 335. Panchik is good at 335.
I spoke to Panchik before the weekend. He said he would have been happy with anything north of 315, so he blew that out of the water.
Now it's Medeiros at 335 to tie Panchik. And Medeiros will do it. But it's Tudor Magda and Griffin Raleigh who will win the event at 345, but Justin Medeiros doing what he does and just hanging towards the top.
Quick little break in the action. Make sure you
Great effort from Raleigh and Magda to beat Roldan Goldbaum's top score from heat number 2 by 5 pounds.
And Tudor Magda had to lift before Griffin Raleigh, so he didn't get the benefit to see what Griffin was going to call for his final lifts. But it didn't really matter because the former teen champ, Tudor Magda, his second year in the individual competition, has spent the offseason working on his strength. Clearly it's been paying off because 345 at 19 years old is just unreal. And then Griffin Raleigh, we heard from Nikki beforehand, he's one of the athletes to watch. He's got a 416-pound listed clean. So you knew he was going to put up some weight. Able to power clean all 3 reps at 345. No problem with the front squat. And didn't need to win outright. 100 points is 100 points. He's happy with the tie. It doesn't really make a difference for him, I guess.
Griffin Raleigh and Tudor Magda at 345. Unofficial results. Raleigh and Magda once again tying for the event win. Roldan Goldbaum 5 pounds back will finish with a result of 340 pounds. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier with the 2 men who just put up some monster weight.
Yeah, absolutely huge numbers from both of you guys. Congratulations. Tudor, I'll start with you. At just 19 years old, what does your training look like to get you this strong?
Man, all credit to my coach, James Townsend. Wouldn't be that strong without him. He's helped me a ton with my Olympic lifting, so yeah, all that. Yeah.
And how much preparation did you do? Was this a number that you thought you were going to hit today?
Well, I knew I was going to open with 325. I hit that in training, and I just, credit to the crowd, I was able to hit 345 at the end, so I'm super happy about that.
Now, Griffin, I knew that you were going to game this a little bit. You needed to see what was going on the other platform. So how did you land at that tiebreak number?
I saw what he did, and I was like, well, I'll just do that. Tie it up, be good to go. I mean, there'll be some other huge numbers through the next couple weeks, but we didn't have to be pushed like that today. So try to take the 100 points and play that game.
So congratulations to you both. Thank you guys so much.
Griffin Raleigh and Tudor Magda leaving the competition floor after a great event 1. Roldan Goldbaum set the mark to beat at 340, and then Magda and Raleigh showed up and beat it. Individuals are done for now. They have 1 event remaining today. The teams coming up next. Stay with us here at the Syndicate Crown in Knoxville, Tennessee.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No bull.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Steph Nikitas, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
So I have Shannon Ogar here with me, who is the medical team lead here at the Syndicate Crown. And actually, Shannon, you've been a part of the CrossFit 12 Laborers community for quite some time, and stepping into this role I know was a big deal for you. Can you explain a little bit about the journey that you've been on to get here?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is my 5th event with 12 Laborers. I started 5 years ago. Technically 6, I guess, and it was right after I got very, very sick. I had some neurologic issues going on. A virus actually attacked some nerves in my brain, and I became an adaptive athlete. And I emailed Wilson and Kim, and I was like, hey, I don't know if I can still be useful. This kind of happened to me, and they were like, absolutely, we'll use you in any capacity. So being an athletic trainer, I kind of stepped into a volunteer role with the medical team, and just their inclusion and welcoming spirits. They really value CrossFit community here, and it was my first glimpse of like, hey, you can still be a functioning human adult even though this happened. And it was just kind of eye-opening to the welcoming nature of CrossFit. And so stuck with them and kept coming back. And then they asked me this past year to step up into team lead. So now I'm fancy.
You have a really unique experience on both the athlete side and now also the volunteer and the team lead side. Is there a favorite position between all of that or amongst all of that that you like the most?
Ooh, that is a good question. Yeah, so I did get to compete in the 2021 Noble CrossFit Games, and I won the women's neurologic division, so that was a very unique experience. I think just in general, no matter what role I am in, I am welcomed and loved and can contribute, and it's just so much fun and uplifting here, and Kevin is videoing. My husband is being a creeper. It's okay, he's allowed. But yeah, so it's just a unique experience to kind of be outside the ropes and then inside the ropes. So I don't know if I have a favorite, but I'm proud to be both.
Thank you so much, and we're proud to have you as both. Thank you.
The 2022 Syndicate Crown is brought to you by Erasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By Rogue, don't weaken. By Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. By Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by GoWalk, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games. First of 3 days of competition at the Syndicate Crown continues here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thank you so much for staying with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. One event is in the books for the teams, the men and the women, and the teams are back out now for event number 2. Your unofficial standings after one event, no surprise at CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, is on top of the overall leaderboard with 100 points. Blues City CrossFit Gold sits in second, followed by CrossFit Overtake Team Density, and then Man of War CrossFit tied with Training Think Tank for 4th place. Event number 2, witness me! Fury Road, Tommy.
You got to spray some silver paint on your face before you say that, but each team's going to have 4 different intervals. And during that interval, you have to complete 20 4-way synchro wall balls, 15 worm deadlifts, 20 worm push press, and then the remaining time you're going to lunge as far as you can as a team with the worm. There is a minimum work requirement, though. In each round, you have to get through the worm deadlifts. Otherwise, your workout is over.
What do these teams need to be thinking about as they move through this event?
Well, this is the first time we get to see all of the team working as a unit, so loud and proud. That is all about the communication, because we're in an arena now. We're not in your affiliate, so testing out the communication on the competition floor is going to be huge. Then smart rest with these intervals. Utilize the walk to the worm to communicate and figure out who needs more rest and when, particularly with this interval format.
10 teams on the floor for this first of 2 heats, and 2 of the teams that are out there are inside the top 4 after the first event. Blue City CrossFit Gold, they'll be in lane 8, and Man of War CrossFit in lane number 1.
Yeah, one expected, one unexpected. Blue City CrossFit with someone like Taylor Stride, Stephen Wallace. We expected him to do well in that first event, move some heavy weight, but Man of War CrossFit put 3 individuals through the ladder, and now they're in a good spot as well. So Blue City, a team that qualified out of the West Coast Classic last year, hoping to go back. They were, towards the bottom of the pack in quarterfinals, but it doesn't matter. The slate is wiped clean here, led by Taylor Stride on the front left. And then Man of War CrossFit, strong performance. I mean, we should have known. Look at that, just beautiful beaver paddle in the back on Andrew Cook. Sitting in fourth overall with that log jump at the top. Strong performance in the snatch ladder.
Andrew Cook and Graham Winchester both getting through the entire ladder in event number 1. And we begin our first 3-minute interval with the 20 synchro wall balls, 30 pounds for the men, 20 pounds for the women. After this, it's the 15 worm deadlifts, then the 20 worm push press, and then you get the lunge, the worm as far as you can in the remaining time.
And we get to see, a debut of a new movement of sorts with the team competition with the 4-person synchro wall balls. Thankfully, they set this up so they're facing each other, so you at least have a little bit better visual cue for the synchro wall balls. But this format, we've really seen mass adoption of it with this interval format that we saw show up at the games back in 2017 with the 2-2-2-2-3 interval. We're seeing other variations of it now, even in the team competition.
Lane number 2 is Los de la Isla CrossFit, moving to the worm first. And now a whole host of teams right behind them, as they will now complete 15 worm deadlifts, followed by 20 worm push press.
Los de la Isla from Puerto Rico. The only team to qualify out of Puerto Rico.
We are about halfway through the first 3-minute interval. 1:31 by the clock that is on the floor right now has gone by. in this first of 4 intervals.
And like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, they have to get through this deadlift portion, the minimum work requirement. Otherwise, your workout is done and you have an early end to your day.
The Sogo Misfits now just getting to their worm, which leaves CrossFit Norwalk in lane 6 as the only team, you'll be seeing them here in a second, that has yet to pick up the worm.
They got to hustle.
Yeah, less than a minute to go as Los de la Isla CrossFit, the foursome of Rene Aponte, Vic Mary Torres, Luis Nunez Hernandez, and Zoomer Pagan are starting their lunges down the floor in lane 7. CrossFit Iconic is also to work, and then down at the far end of the floor in lane 10, CrossFit Yakarhu. They currently sit in second place behind Los de la Isla. Yakarhu at the top of your screen, Los de la Isla at the bottom. And we have about 10 seconds to go now before we hit that first 3-minute mark.
Yakarhu is able to make up some ground along with Blue City. Fast turnover in the steps between reps for the worm lunge. We get a minute rest here now. A little bit of time to catch the breath. The nice part, though, with the way this progresses, at least in this round, you know, the transition to the worm will be shorter.
The 4 teams are out front. In lane 2, Los de la Isla CrossFit. In lane 7 is CrossFit Iconic. And then also in lane 8, next to them, Blue City CrossFit Gold. And in lane 10, CrossFit Yakarhu got the farthest. Your total score is the distance that you lunged that worm in those 5-foot increments. The second of 3 intervals is about set to start. As a look at Los de la Isla CrossFit, working through their second of 4 sets of 20 synchro wall balls. They were the first team to get to the worm, but then 3 teams able to catch them on that implement. So look at CrossFit Nashville in lane number 5, the foursome of Sarah Stepanski, Jessica Tiano, Justin Holland, and Preston Sechting.
Interesting, we're seeing more teams break it up now in this second interval.
In lane 8, that's Blue City CrossFit Gold. And here's CrossFit Nashville and CrossFit Norwalk. And Nashville out ahead of CrossFit Iconic in lane 7. And they will get to work on the 15 worm deadlifts, followed by the 20 worm push press, and then the lunges. That's CrossFit Iconic in lane number 7. Paula Santos, Carly Stone, Dan Hardiman, and Chris Cordova.
Oh man, these worm deadlifts, if you've never done them before, they're just so much more taxing than a traditional deadlift. You think about the circumference of the worm, right? It occupies so much more space, so it pulls your center of mass away pulls you away from your center of mass, sorry. So you're a little bit more canted forward. It puts a lot more stress on the back and the hamstrings.
CrossFit Iconic towards the upper right-hand part of your screen in lane 7 are onto their worm push presses, but they're taking their second break here. We still have a team back on the rig going through the wall balls. Now they got to hurry. because there is a minimum work requirement in these rounds. Iconic is on to the lunge, as CrossFit Norwalk is now getting to the worm. Iconic in the lead here in round number 2. Jakarhu sits in second place. And the second of 4 intervals is done.
And Blue City CrossFit, they just opted to let this one go. They were towards the front, and they got the minimum work requirement done, and they basically, waved it off. If you're not really going to get any work done on the lunge, there's no sense in doing the extra work. Just get the minimum work requirement done. Get some extra rest and reset and give it the next round a good go.
You have to complete the wall balls and the worm deadlifts each round in order to advance, and I do not think that CrossFit Norwalk was able to do that.
You see a lot of teams now trying to hammer out some strategy, because you may have had a plan, but after 6 minutes and getting punched in the mouth a little bit, maybe making some adjustments.
We'll have to see if Norwalk starts. I doubt they're going to. They're signing their scorecard. So Norwalk did not complete the minimum work requirement in that second round, and we're on to round number 3. Once again, back to the 20 synchro wall balls. CrossFit Iconic in lane number 7. Just pass that of you on the left side of your screen. They are your leaders right now in the heat. Jakarhu sits in second. And in lane 5, it's CrossFit Nashville in third.
And remember, for this wall ball, we're using the heavy wall ball, the 30 pounds for the men, 20 for the women.
Once again, it's CrossFit Nashville out first. $15 worm deadlifts. As you take another look at Fury Road, the second and final event the teams will face here on day number 1. 3 days of competition, 6 total events, and now Nashville trying to get things sorted on that worm.
See the fatigue factor pouring in, getting a little out of sync.
More than halfway through this third round.
It goes back to that, one of the keys I mentioned, loud and proud. Like, you have your setting in your gym, how you communicate, how you signal, implements like the worm that require heavy communication, but now you're in a different environment. There's this music blaring, crowd cheering. It's going to take a little bit more on the communication front to make sure you get your point across.
And Justin Holland is the man in front right now for CrossFit Nashville as they work their way through those deadlifts. After this is the push press and then the lunge. CrossFit Iconic there in lane 7. They're still your leaders here. And now in lane number 5, CrossFit Nashville onto the push press. They're in the middle of your screen. Right now in third place behind Iconic and Jakarhu. Jakarhu in the all black at the top of your screen. 15 seconds to go.
Now it looks like the Sogo Misfits are in danger of not hitting the minimum work requirement as well.
They're not going to make it. They only have 5 seconds left, and they have yet to do a deadlift. And nobody gets to the lunges here in round 3. And the Sogo Misfits fail to meet the minimum work requirement. So 2 teams so far have been eliminated in this first of 2 heats. Iconic continues to lead over Jakarhu and Nashville. Those are your top 3. As no team got to the lunges. There's a look at CrossFit Jakarhu. Sarah Hobbs, Taylor Palm, Steve Harris, and Chase Long. CrossFit Nashville, who they were off the wall balls first last round. Sarah Stepanski is on the left, Jessica Tiano on the right. Behind them, Justin Holland, and then Preston Sechting, the man with no shirt on. Fourth and final round.
And they were tied for 6 coming into this workout. So, you know, even though they may not have been able to put much work in on the lunge, being one of the top teams in this heat should set themselves up nicely.
Well, they're ahead of Man-O-War CrossFit right now. The other team that was inside the top 4 coming into this event, as you mentioned, Tommy, CrossFit Nashville tied for 6. So Nashville looking to make up a little ground on Man-O-War here.
And one of the teams that they were tied with, you know, Los de la Isla is you know, in lane 3 and probably a good 4 to 5 sections back. And given the fact that few teams have made it to the lunge in the last 2 rounds, you know, that big push in the early rounds looks like it's going to be enough of a cushion for them.
Iconic taking a second to talk things over here, as we're starting to see some no reps pile up on these wall balls here in the 4th and final round. Nashville once again first off the wall balls and back to the worm. They currently sit in 3rd place.
This first set of deadlifts is going to tell you what they got left in the tank, because they broke the last round up into 3 different sets for just the 15 reps. So with this being the last interval, you assume they're going to empty the tank a little bit. But as you can see with the worm, all it takes is one person. You saw the athlete on the end there drop before everyone else was ready.
CrossFit Jakarhu is still in 2nd place. It's where your worm is on the floor that matters. It's the distance lunge that is your score.
And Jakarhu, much faster cadence on these reps. I love that they're switching sides, switching arms, changing up the stimulus and where that worm torches your back.
About less than a minute to go in this final round. Iconic in the green shirts in the middle of your screen. They are your leaders. They are on the worm deadlift. CrossFit Nashville is now going to the push press. They've got 45 seconds to get through 20 reps and then see if they can pass Iconic on the lunge. Jakarhu, they have a really good pace going on those push presses. Now 30 seconds to go. Jakarhu back to work after their judge corrected something. Iconic is still on the deadlift, 15 seconds. Nashville on the lunge, as is Jakarhu. Nashville looking to overtake Iconic for the lead, and they have done it. And now the battle for first place in the heat. Looks like Nashville is going to be able to hang on if they can continue to move. And it's going to be CrossFit Nashville just ahead if they get credit for that section. It looks like they will. And they are ahead of Jakarhu. We'll have to wait for the official score. It does look like Nashville wins this heat. You get scored for every 5-foot section in which you complete, and you can see Nashville's worm at the bottom of your screen just over that line, whereas Jakarhu's in the upper left. They still have a section of their worm in that 5-foot section behind them. That's how close it was. And CrossFit Nashville doing just enough at the end there to edge out Jakarhu for the heat victory.
And we saw, you know, most teams be able to put some work in on the worm lunge in that first interval, but as the workout started to progress, fewer and fewer teams were able to actually move the worm down the competition floor, settling for the minimum work requirement. But in the back half, every single time it was CrossFit Nashville, the first team off of the wall balls to get to those worm deadlifts. A few other teams made a little bit of a push for the top in the heat. But Nashville, consistency with those wall balls, even as we started to pour on, put them in the front in a race with Yukarhu. Yukarhu was a little bit more efficient on the deadlift. We're able to pull even with them. And then it came down to a lunge off at the end. You can see where the back end of that worm falls. Yukarhu just a few feet shy of clearing another section. Looks like they'll have to settle for second.
One heat remains here in the final event for the day for the teams. We'll have it for you when we return. Wrapping up competition for the day for the teams here, the second of 6 events that they will face over 3 days of competition at the Syndicate Crown from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Day 1 of our semifinals coverage presented by No Bull. Team event 2, Fury Road.
Yes, 4 intervals for total distance with the worm lunge. In each interval, you have to do a 4-way synchro wall balls, 20 in total with the heavy wall ball, 15 worm deadlifts, 20 worm push press, and then in the remaining time in the 3-minute interval, lunge as far as you can. After each interval, rest a minute, rinse, and repeat.
And we saw it come into play in heat number 1, but communication is key here.
Absolutely. You know, anytime the worm shows up or you're doing synchro movements, being loud and proud with your communication is just going to help better direct this team of 4. And then smart rest. We've seen some teams already not be able to, get any worm lunge, but cutting it short and being smart about when you have to rest when you're done with the minimum work requirement can set you up for success in the later intervals.
New movement that we haven't seen in team competition before, the synchro wall balls, and Nikki Brazier has more on that.
The event organizers have been wanting to utilize 4-way wall balls for quite some time for a number of different reasons. For one, they get to utilize the entire length of the competition floor here. And for another, this is the first time that we're pushing our female athletes to that 10-foot target. So a lot of new options incorporated here. And after one heat, they say it's going according to plan.
10 teams in this second and final heat. In lane number 1, Training Think Tank CrossFit. They are currently tied for 4th place coming into this event.
Yeah, the husband and wife combo of Mike and Brandy McGoldrick really put in some work on the snatch ladder there, both clearing it and getting an attempt at the 11th. And they should be quite familiar here with some of the higher levels worm implements. Got to go to the games last year. They're the 9th ranked team out of the quarterfinals, and they're currently sitting in 4th.
Another team inside the top 4. CrossFit overtake Team Density. They sit in 3rd after a great performance in that opening event.
Yeah, we saw Shea Williams in the front right and Marco Coppola in the back left both clear the ladder as well. They're the 3rd ranked team coming out of quarterfinals, currently sitting in 3rd, and now we'll get a good test to see how well they've been able to mesh as a unit with this worm implement.
First of 4 rounds begins with the 20 synchro wall balls, 30 pounds for the men, 20 pounds for the women. Out of heat number 1, it was CrossFit Yukarhu. Unofficially, 18 sections completed. Although it looked like Nashville was ahead of them, so that score that I'm looking at right now is probably not correct. We saw CrossFit Nashville edge out Yukarhu in round number 1.
And based on what we saw in the previous heats, and a lot of teams not be able to, you know, get through the full interval and get some lunge work in, this first interval in particular becomes incredibly important because this is where the bulk of the lunging was done for most teams.
CrossFit Mayhem Freedom will be the first team back to the worm, followed closely in lane 3 by 8th Day CrossFit Black. And then in lane 10, towards the top of your screen, that's Three Bridges CrossFit getting to the worm. 15 worm deadlifts, then 20 worm push press. And no one's going to have this movement dialed in better than that team.
Yeah, it's a benefit of being at a gym like Mayhem where you have all the tools and training implements at your disposal. On top of that, just so much experience at the games.
Mayhem Freedom onto the push press. Rich Froning calling out the signals as they get to work on those 20 reps.
We saw it in the previous heat too. A lot of teams would get through the 14th rep, rest, pick up the 15th, and then go into the push press. Very similar to how you rest right before the last rep on the deadlift and DT. Mayhem wasting no time. They just went right into it.
8th Day CrossFit Black, neck and neck with Mayhem Freedom. 8th Day CrossFit Black, Zoe Jones, Heather Paz, Michael Paz, and Ryan Schaefer. Dead even. As we are on our first lunge here, and we still have more than 30 seconds to go in this round. Lane number 10 is Three Bridges CrossFit. They're at the top of your screen. They are in a distant third, and they are being challenged by Training Think Tank CrossFit and CrossFit Overtake Team Density. And in lane 7, CrossFit CLT also starting to battle, and two of these teams are already almost as far as the winners from heat number 1. Final seconds in the round, and both Mayhem Freedom and 8th Day CrossFit Black, two teams that competed at the games last year, have done in one round what it took Yakarhu and Nashville 4 rounds to do.
And that's just the level of separation sometimes you see at the top of the team competition. You know, you see some teams hang tough because they're much more familiar with classic lifting elements like the snatch event in the beginning, something that everyone does even as individuals in the gym. But the worm is such a great separator because it's something unique to the team competition, and there's a clear divide between those who have experience and who don't.
Getting set to start our second of 4 intervals. We are underway once again with the 20 synchro wall balls.
This is where we saw the break for the previous heat with the teams. A lot of teams unable to go unbroken in the second set of 20. And really, you know, this is a big adjustment for some of the women. You know, not just going with the heavy wall ball, but like as you heard from Nikki earlier in her report, also having to shoot to the 10-foot target.
Eighth Day CrossFit Black getting hit with a no rep on their wall balls, and that allows Mayhem Freedom to open up a little bit of a lead on them here in round number 2 as they get to work on their 15 worm deadlifts. Eighth Day CrossFit Black in second place behind CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. The two of those teams really separating themselves from the field in round number 1. And now Sam Cornway trading places with Rich Froning in front.
And that goes back to the little things that happen during the rest period, right? Smart rest doesn't mean just putting your hands on your knees and forgetting about the world. You know, for teams like Mayhem, they're communicating, hey, where are you at? Checking in. Do we need to make any adjustments to the order and how we do this? No surprise to see 8th Day Gym doing so well in this workout. If you remember last year, the Granite Games, they were on the bubble on the potential of losing a game spot going into the finale. The finale there, worm and stuff, had a ton of worm thrusters and worm lunges. They win that event, catapult into the top 5, and here they are again, putting in some good work on the worm implement.
And now each team has completed one length of the floor. Mayhem Freedom has hoisted up the worm, and they will begin the journey back down to the other end. 8th Day CrossFit Black right behind them. In lane 1, Training Think Tank has moved into 3rd place by themselves now in this heat. The 3 teams that competed at the CrossFit Games last year, the 3 teams leading in this event right now. Now it is CrossFit Mayhem Freedom all by themselves in 1st place as 8th Day CrossFit works their way back to the rig as we are now halfway through this event, through 2 of the 4 3-minute rounds. 1 minute rest between each round. It's Matt Carton from 3 Bridges CrossFit. 8th Day CrossFit Black talking over some strategy.
You know, I'm surprised we don't see more of this. Mike McGoldrick, you know, from Training Think Tank has gloves on. You know, the canvas bag of the worm, especially when it gets sweaty, gets really slippery. And, you know, smart move by him to try and get a little bit better grip, especially with the deadlifts like that. It's such an awkward position. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw more and more athletes start to utilize that.
3rd of 4 rounds has begun. And back to the 20 synchro wall balls. 30-pound wall ball for the men, 20-pound wall ball for the women. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom coming in with 100 points after winning the opening event, looking to go a perfect 2 for 2 on day number 1 as they work their way back to the worm.
And they have gone 3 for 3 and going unbroken in the synchro wall balls so far.
8th Day CrossFit Black is right with them. And the 2 of them heading from left to right on your screen as they have already completed 1 length on the lunges. 15 worm deadlifts, and then 20 push press. CrossFit Mayhem Justice in lane 6. They're back to the worm. As is 3 Bridges CrossFit. With Mayhem Justice. They are still heading towards the end of the floor at the top of your screen, so they have yet to complete a length on their lunge.
If Mayhem Justice can manage to qualify, then, you know, there's a potential record sitting out there in week number 2. No team has ever qualified 3 teams to the CrossFit Games. Obviously, Mayhem has sent 2 before. Justice qualifies, and it's all up to Mayhem Independence in week 2 to finish the job. But right now, they have their hands full with these worm deadlifts and push press.
Mayhem Freedom back on the lunges and looking to complete 1 lap. 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 20 seconds in this interval, and 2 lengths down for Mayhem Freedom is 8th Day CrossFit Black is about 20 feet from the turnaround point. Round 3 is done, and it's still Mayhem Freedom and 8th Day CrossFit Black out in front of just about the entire field. They have really separated themselves here.
And I think there's going to be a decision that needs to be made here for Mayhem Freedom. Obviously, I know they don't want to take their foot off the gas. It's not in their nature. But they have the benefit. They're already turned around. They're already going the other direction. The only team that's close to them is 8th Day. They can basically get through this first portion, get through the deadlifts, and maybe sit and watch. Or maybe even just get through a handful of the push press and watch to see if 8th Day is in any danger of catching up and passing them. Because if not, why waste the energy? You can game it here a little bit.
Here we go, 4th and final round. As Rich Froning, Sam Cornoyer, Andrea Nisler, and Taylor Williamson look to bring home their 2nd event win of the day. This is 8th Day CrossFit Black. They currently sit in 2nd place in this event.
They just got a no rep. One of the athletes dropped the ball. And given that Mayhem is going unbroken yet again, that could be the difference in giving them a chance to even try and catch up at this point.
The 2nd place finish in this event would be great for 8th Day CrossFit Black as they came into this event tied for 15th.
And the same logic applies to 8th Day as well. There's no other team even close to them in 3rd. At this point, they're watching Mayhem walk across the floor. They know they're not going to catch him. So you can just take this walk nice and easy, double check to make sure no one's going to catch it, and then you don't really need to do anything.
Eighth Day CrossFit Black is done, and in lane 9, CrossFit SDA. They're going back to the worm. And I'm not sure SDA has even been able to move the worm yet. That's Three Bridges CrossFit onto the deadlifts. Becca Dennison, Hillary Newell, Joey Dennison, and Matt Carden. And now Mayhem taking their time here.
Yeah, you can see them just kind of watching, making sure.
I think Rich may have been trying to work out a deal with 8th Day CrossFit to say, hey, why don't we just mail this one in and call it a day.
The shades of the Marathon Row back in 2018 when a bunch of the athletes were cutting deals with each other around trying to make a move or pass each other in the final few thousand meters.
Sam Cornoyer back in front, calling out the signals. And 8th Day CrossFit is going to lunge, and so is Mayhem.
It's also
2 events and 2 wins for CrossFit Mayhem Freedom.
And it's also good experience for Sam at the front of the worm there, being the one to make the signals and make the calls to cue the team. You know, you may not need it now because you have a win in the bag, but, you know, having that skill in your back pocket and developing it for the games much later on, you know, you're planting those seeds now.
200 points to close out day number 1 of competition for Mayhem Freedom. We still have 4 events remaining, but pretty safe bet to say that one of the 5 spots the CrossFit Games will belong to CrossFit Mayhem Freedom.
And in the first round, we saw a lot of teams come out swinging. You kind of assume that Mayhem is going to be one of the first few teams off of the wall, staying unbroken. But they got a good push, particularly in that first round from 8th Day CrossFit. After that first round, it was Mayhem and 8th Day pushing for the lead. They nearly went an entire length in that first round. But in rounds 2 and 3, we started to see Mayhem's consistency help them pull away. 8th Day got a couple of no reps here and there in the wall balls. Mayhem started to open up a gap on the lunge. And by the time they got to that 4th interval, man, they had already gone a full length and back. And really, those 20 wall balls were just a victory lap for them. It's one of the reasons why they're so good, is individual components like the wall ball, they're strong, and the team component like the worm, they're strong. They're able to rotate their order. Sam Connoyer, the first chance he gets to be at the front of the worm. Champions through and through.
Another event win for CrossFit Mayhem, and they are with Nikki Brazier.
I did put a second round of yoga.
Well, this was the first time that we have ever seen those 4-way synchro wall balls, but you guys did not look like that was a new movement for you. You weren't sweating doing them. What were you doing in preparation that kind of made that easier for you?
Well, I think for a lot of the ladies here, 10 foot's a high target, but for these two, that's nothing. They like to say that, oh, we're going to have to wait on us, but I feel like me and Sam were the ones dying, but they did awesome, crushed it.
Now, I feel like this is the type of workout that we all know too well. Anyone who goes to a CrossFit gym knows what it's like when you have built-in rest and you kind of are forced to put the pedal to the metal when you're working. I mean, what did you need to do to not lose steam through all 4 rounds?
I actually kind of forgot about the rest part. So I know I just felt like once you get back to the start, man, it was go time again. So there wasn't really a rest.
Yeah, just black out and work out, I guess. Great job, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, 2 events and 2 wins. Teams are done. Individuals wrap things up next. We come back to the Syndicate Crown. The 2022 Syndicate Crown is brought to you by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by the U.S. Army. Know your Army.
Very happy to have Jenna Gardner, who is the Director of Staffing for the Syndicate Crown, here with us. Jenna, I would love to know from you, it really takes a village, maybe even an army is a better way to put it. How important are the volunteers and the community and getting the right people here to make this event happen?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, having 200 plus volunteers at a particular event, getting the entire rig, the floor, everything set up, like it truly takes that village, that community, to people that truly like give a damn, want to show up and give it their all.
And in your role, what do you need to do to make sure that the proper people are in the proper places to really make this event happen?
I mean, it takes a lot of Google Docs and Google Sheets to make it happen. And so it's a lot of email notifications and all of that pre-planning just to make sure that everyone gets fed at the right times. Everybody shows up at the right times and everybody's just truly decked out in gear and ready to go.
Now, I've heard from a lot of people here that you really have taken care of everyone, kind of top to bottom, making sure that they had the information that they needed ahead of time. And from your perspective, I mean, are you like the mama bear here?
I mean, I definitely hear that a lot from people. But yeah, truly having somebody that's making sure that everything's getting done on time, thinking of all those last minute logistics, you need someone like that.
Thank you so much, Jenna, and thank you so much to all the volunteers and everyone who's helping make this event possible. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
here at the Syndicate Crown. Hi guys, how are you doing? Is it okay? What's her name? What's her name? What's her name? Elle? Hello, Elle. How are you doing today? Where are you from? You from here? Well, welcome to here. We're glad to have you. Where you from? Texas. You're from Texas? Where in Texas are you from? College Station? Would you believe that I'm an Aggie? Woo! Aggie's baby. I just want to ring on about Aggie. Yeah. Oh, I hear some Aggies echoing through. Hey, celebrity signing everybody up there is Double D. Joel Hughes, Masters CrossFit Games champion up there. Joel, raise your hand. Say hello to everybody, Joel. There you go. Glad to have you here in the finishing round, Joel. Before we kick off the Oregon Trail. Does anyone in here remember the Oregon Trail game? That's my people right there. You're my people. Of course, you gave away your age when you said that, but that's okay. I mean, I just hunted the whole time, and then I died off. I just kept running until I died. Three minutes. 2 minutes. Let's introduce our ladies in lane 1, Kirsty Mott. In 2, Taylor Stacks. In 3, Natalie Thompson. In 4, Kelsey Schulte. In 5, Paulina Howell. In 6, Lauren Scott. In 7, Gabby McClellan. In 8, Leah Miller. And in 9, Maddie Jones. Seconds. Stand by. All right, here we go, Noah. Seat number 1 of your individual ladies. A 12.5 captain event of the Oregon Trail. A 30-20-10 of powers on that road nickel bike. Dumbbell movements, first one of 30. Double dumbbell burpee deadlifts. And then double dumbbell hang snatches, finishing up with 10 dumbbell devil press. Here's your next out. 75 feet in between every movement. Once again, ladies, 12-minute time captain. Mike deadlifts way too painful, brother. But you know what? These ladies are up to the task. Eyes on the prize, do that Madison, Wisconsin. 3 rounds of individual female athletes. We're looking for our Russian teams to go on singly 5 or less reps. Our calories remain. Keep your eye on your favorite athlete as they march their way down and back on this beautiful competition floor here for the inaugural year at the Syndicate Ground event. From the lane number 7, your first athlete, Jackie McClellan. Thank you, Mike. That torque, tank, if you will, being pushed by Hoodie on there, Mike. That's going to be Jackie McClellan, lane number 7, leading the way here in heat number 1. And we're going to those 30 double dumbbell burpee deadlifts for ladies. 35-pound low dumbbells today. Here comes Kelsey Schulte in lane 4, right behind Gabby. And following Miss Schulte in lane 3, that's going to be Natalie Thompson. Gabby, the first athlete, to the double dumbbell burpee deadlifts. Basically, using those deadlifts instead of your hands. Stand all the way tall. To finish out that burpee. Looking for 30 reps here with the dumbbells. Before Gabby can make her way back to the ring. Back to the fight. Right you are, Mike Kelsey Schulte in 4. Following suit on those double dumbbell burpee deadlifts. And I tell you what, that 3 spot is up for grabs. But it's going to be Natalie Thompson with a slight lead over Julia Miller and Maddie Jones. Karen High, 40 She's going to make her way to those dumbbells as well. Couple different ways to utilize this front tank. We're going to go over athletes. Utilize that lower bar only. Now we're going to use your shoulders. Now we're going to use your hands on the lower bars. That lower push bar only for this event. Yes, sir, Mike. So we're looking for our leader to come on with those double dumbbell burpee deadlifts. And then back to that towards things. At the 340 marker, your leader is number 7. Gabby McClellan. Lead the way. Just a handful of reps to go. So finish up round number 1. Repeat that with 40 reps. There's round number 2. 4 minutes in, 4 minutes in, 8 minutes to go, actually. McClellan first to touch up on the foot tank. Heading back to her row, getting her way. To descend in that next round, looking for 20 calories. Go back the right. Another foot tank push. 20 to hold dumbbell hand stretches. It was Kelsey Shorty to trail Gabby McClellan all the way to those dumbbell grabs. She's the first one back to that foot tank. Look at this fight. Several ladies just tearing it apart here. The bag is going to Paulina Haro. Second to the foot kick from down the lane number 9. Maddie Joyce. And Natalie Thompson agrees. Ladies and gentlemen, check out your score. You've got 4 almost 5 ratings. Here's a few apart fighting for that 3 spot. And this 10 known as the Morning Trail. Let this story unfold. Who's going to finish with a heat win? Who do we got there, Mike? Gabby McClellan staying out in front as we come on the 6.5 minute mark. 20 calories on that road echo right completed. A 75 tank push. And up to those 20 double dumbbell hang snatches. So Paulina Haro in 5. Fell to 2 side a few moments ago. She also put on a phenomenal still. Working with 245 pounds in that complex we saw here today. But it looks like McClellan trying to run away with it, Mike. Trying to extend that lead. Fast moving through that round of 30. Let's see if she can take just as fast in the round of 20. Hands up on the judges all over the place. And the group of ladies set to dismount those echo right. And McClellan onto the double dumbbell hang snatches. McClellan, the lone worker. Here comes Natalie Thompson at 3. Mike, check out this battle. On the fourth tank. Natalie Thompson at 3. But we've got some athletes on your side. Closing that gap, Mike. Let's just 5 reps per minute on the dumbbells for your leader, McClellan. In lead number 7. Alina Miller. 8 minutes in, ladies. 4 minutes remaining. Miller and now Jones with the short tank. As her leader, heading back to that echo line for final three It looks like Miller and Thompson fighting for the 2 spot. The 7 ladies nipping at their heels, but the 11 is right now, Mike. Final round for your leader coming up. Going to be looking for 10 more calories on that echo line. One final take with 10 presses before we can break up onto our finish stage. Something one down here for event number 2. At the 8:51 marker, your leader mounting up on that girl echo line. Yesterday, the competition right now is getting into the 3rd time on that road echo line. Aaliyah Miller now heading back to round number 3. Back on that 10. Followed by Taylor Sykes in lane number 2. And now Manny Jones in lane number 9. Right you are, Taylor. Looking good and consistent, not giving up without a fight. Ladies, you got 2.5 minutes to go. McClellan, Miller, Sykes, all fighting. Two finish athletes. Gabby McClellan, all done with their final row echo vitality. One final torch tank pushed down on competition floor and 10 table presses. We crossed over the 10-minute mark. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Athletes, you've got about 90 seconds. Who wants to see McClellan finish the Oregon Trail? Final push is done. Keep your eyes down. Lane number 7, your leader. From start to finish, 10 reps to go. Make it 9 for Gabby McClellan. Looking for 10 double presses. It goes 35-pound dumbbell. 2 more heats to go. We'll see a trip on in 1 minute. 5 reps to go for Gabby. Once she's done, though, she's got to get across that finish line. Up onto that stage. You're right, Mike. Who do we have on the 2 spot? Looks like number 9, Manny Jones. So 1 rep to go for Gabby McClellan. And that'll do it for Gabby. She'll run across the line unofficially. 11:30. Ladies, you got 25 seconds. Look at the battle on the floor, Mike. You got about 10 feet separating second, third, and fourth right now. Manny Jones just about across that yellow finish line. She's got to get to those dumbbells with just over 10 seconds remaining. 5, 3, 2, 1. Round of applause for our athlete here today taking on the Oregon Trail.
Action continues here at the Syndicate Crown, the first day of 3 days of competition here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Glad you're with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Tommy Marquez here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. We are through one of 3 heats for the women. Your overall standings after one event, Paulina Haro and Christine Kohlenbrander both lifted 245 pounds in the barbell complex and pick up 100 points in the process. They are tied atop the overall standings. Gabby McClellan, who won the last heat, sits in third at 92 points, followed by Roran Scott and Madison McElhaney. The Oregon Trail, and on this one, Tommy, you just don't want to die of dysentery.
No, and you don't want to keep hunting for bear meat because you can't carry it. Best way to think of this workout is bike, tank, push, dumbbell. Reps go 30, 20, 10, but each time you get to the dumbbell, the movement changes. It starts with burpee deadlifts, then dumbbell hang snatches, and finally 10 devil's presses. And as we saw earlier, the 12-minute time cap is aggressive.
What's your recipe for success?
Well, 20/20 vision, and both of these come from my discussions with athletes beforehand. Anytime you have a 3-round workout, essentially, that middle round is what's most important. They said if you want to make a move, you have to do it in the round of 20. The round of 10 doesn't have enough time to do so. And with that being said, you can't be afraid to put the hammer down earlier than you think because of that aggressive time cap.
10 women in the second of 3 heats. In lane number 5, Meredith Swindle, who comes in tied for 12th in the overall standings with 56 points.
Yeah, Swindle had a decent showing in that first event, and now, you know, just on the outside of the top 10, an athlete that maybe could do some work on the machine given her decent power output, and maybe punch up into the top 10 and move up into the top heat going into day 2.
There is Allison Rouse in lane number 2.
Out of Training Think Tank in Georgia, they are well represented in this field. She's got a good support system around her. She's in 16th as well, only 5 pounds behind Swindle in the lift. These are the athletes we're looking at that could maybe try and improve their placing and be in an earlier heat as we progress forward, because that's important as we go into moving day.
Second heat is underway. The top time out of heat number 1 belongs to Gabby McClellan, 11 minutes, 30.45 seconds. 30 calories on the Echo bike to open this thing up.
And more importantly, Sean, Gabby McClellan was the only athlete to finish underneath the cap. And we only saw 2 athletes beyond her in total even get to that final dumbbell. So a lot of ground to be made up. If you can get into that round of 10, you're going to have to push early, like I said, do a lot of work quickly in the round of 20.
And there is Meredith Swindle. She was the first All-American in the history of the Stetson softball team in 2014 as a pitcher. Her record that year was 27-9. She had a 1.26 ERA, and her batting average was .342. She hit 15 home runs and knocked in 46 RBI.
Man, talk about helping your own case. You're a good pitcher, and you're putting runs on the board at the plate as well. You know what they call that? Athlete, Sean. An athlete.
The tank is up next as you take a look at Abigail Dommett in lane 1. She is just about done. Now she is finished with her first 30 calories. A couple things have changed here with the tank. First of all, the athletes have to push it using that lower handle, and then they've added an extra setting of resistance from last year.
You know, this is one of the situations where we have the implement and the test adapt based on the athlete feedback, right? We saw the torque tank show up last year. We saw the athletes handle it pretty well. You know what? They retooled it, went back into the lab, came back out with a nastier version and said, here, have that.
Dommett is in first place, and she actually got a little bit off track, and we're seeing that happen in lane 2 with Allison Rouse. She's towards the top line there in her lane. They got to keep that thing between the lines here. In fact, Dommett's is a little bit over. She'll probably have to correct that before she makes the trip back down the floor. Now we're on to the first dumbbell movement of this event. 30 double dumbbell burpee deadlifts, 35 pounds on each dumbbell. After this, they push the tank 75 feet back down the floor for 20 calories on the Echo Bike.
And that's one of the little differences when using the lower handles, right? Your lower center of gravity, getting to that position is more difficult, but it's also harder to steer. Being up on those top handles, having used this torque tank before, it's so much easier to make an adjustment on the fly and make sure you're heading in a straight line when you're using those top handles. So just another little mental thing that these athletes have to deal with.
That's Holly Henderson, who's right next to Meredith Swindle. Abigail Domick continues to lead here. She works her way through those 30 double dumbbell burpee deadlifts. Holly Henderson and Meredith Swindle on your screen right now. Henderson on the left. And Swindle is on the right. Keep an eye on the judges' hands as their arms will go up in the air inside 5 reps. And Abby Domick's judge's hand is now in the air. She has 4 reps remaining on this set of 30 double dumbbell deadlifts. And next to her, Allison Rouse out of Training Think Tank CrossFit sits in second, hand in the air in lane number 4 for Holly Henderson. And for Meredith Swindle, she's down to her final rep. Swindle, right side of your screen in the white top and light blue shorts, moves her dumbbells, as does Domick. Now Domick and Swindle back to the torque tank for another 75-foot push down the floor. And in lane 6, Colette Casey is onto the tank. The Domick in the lead, just about a tank length's head of Swindle. Swindle trying to hold off Casey in lane 6 for second place.
This is what's tough about the tank. You see the different hip heights of some of these ladies. You know, a lot of times when you're trying to drive through a sled, you know, whether it's football or here, you want to drop the hips and kind of keep that flat back so the line of action follows your torso. Allows you to be a little bit more efficient in pushing through the sled. When those hips start to get high, that's just some wasted energy.
Domick was the first athlete back to the Echo Bike. Closely behind her was Allison Rouse, Colette Casey, and Meredith Swindle all back. And now Holly Henderson getting to work on her 20 calories. The top 4 women on the screen.
Look at the difference in body posture, right? Swindle sitting upright, looking calm, collected. Abigail Domick, on the other hand, for the first 20 seconds or so, had her head buried, her posture kind of slumped. Remember, she came out hot off of that first bike. It's possible that maybe she burned a little too hot too quick.
More than halfway through the allotted time in this event, 12-minute time cap. Time to beat belongs to Gabby McClellan, 11 minutes, 30.45 seconds.
Tell me if you heard this one before, Sean. People on the Echo Bike showing a pain face.
I look at that thing, I get a pain face. Ralph's off the bike first and now into the lead as she gets to her third 75-foot tank push. And once again, she's got to straighten that thing out. Ralph's starting to open up a pretty sizable lead on the rest of the field here. Abigail Domick is done with her 20 calories, and she is onto the tank. And the yellow line is where Ralph needs to get before she'll move back to the dumbbells and complete 20 double dumbbell hang snatch, 35 pounds in each hand.
And last heat, Gabby McClellan was the only athlete to finish. She finished that second sled down to the dumbbells at about 7 minutes. Allison Rouse finished in 7:38, so just under 40 seconds behind the pace that it took Gabby to finish last heat.
Well, Abigail Dommett had to waste some precious seconds trying to get her sled back in line. That's Ralph's coach, who's about 20 feet in front of her, shouting instructions from the front row. Dommett is now onto the dumbbells. Lane 4, Holly Henderson on the right side of your screen in the gray shorts. Onto her 20 double dumbbell hang snatches.
You can see Ralph's kind of utilizing a little bit of a re-dip at the top of that double dumbbell snatch. A couple of the early reps just dipping a little bit at the knees, breaking at the knees to make sure she gets those locked out. Just a little extra added movement to save her shoulders.
Ralph's back to the tank, 75 feet back, and then 10 calories on the Echo Bike. One final tank push, and she'll finish out with 10 Devil's Press. Dommett is in a battle for second place now, with Katie Callior in lane 3. Callior starting to creep up here. Dommett trying to work her way back into her lane. Callior got a little off track, as Rouse is on the bottom left-hand part of your screen, the only woman on her final 10 calories on the Echo Bike.
And she's fallen a little bit further behind that pace from Gabby McClellan. But as we saw in the previous round in the 20s, the bike is where Allison Rouse really started to pick up some speed.
10 calories here, then back to the tank, and she only has 5 left. Dommett back to the bike, and Callior will be the third woman back. 2 calories remain for Rouse, who's trying to reel in Gabby McClellan's top time of 11 minutes, 30.45 seconds out of heat number 1. McClellan, the only athlete out of heat number 1 to finish this event inside the 12-minute time cap. And Rouse has got to be careful because she's really getting off track with that sled. She's going to make an adjustment and get back on track here.
Nice pun.
Thank you. Didn't even mean to. Allison Rouse all by herself in first place, and now Katie Callior has moved into second as she is back on the tank. And in lane 4, Holly Henderson in the white shirt on the box on the left side is just ahead of Abigail Dommett at the bottom of your screen for third, but now look at Sequoia Barrera in the yellow.
Look at that push from Sequoia Barrera.
Barrera closing in on second place right now. Katie Callior just finished up her tank push, and now she's under her 10 Devil's Press. McClellan's top time is going to stand. Ralph is just trying to get in inside that time cap. She's got 1 rep to do it, and just a couple of seconds, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. She gets through every rep, but doesn't make it to the finish. So Gabby McClellan's time of 11:30.45 will survive going into the third and final heat.
I mean, you can just see the carnage after this workout, just the punishment on the legs. A ton of these athletes just laid out on the floor after the time cap.
Sequoia Barrera, who put on a great push there at the end, but just ran out of time. Allison Ralphs gets through every rep, but is not able to get across the finish.
And for an event that we only saw one athlete finish in the first heat, the big question was anyone going to be able to get under the time cap in heat 2? Abigail Dommett jumped out to a lead off of the first 30 calories on the bike. Had a little bit of trouble, you know, getting her sled oriented, started to get off track a little bit. But in round 2, that is where Allison Ralphs made her move in those 20s. Able to take a pretty commanding lead overall. And by the time she got to the 3rd round and pushing her sled towards those 10 Devil's Press, she was all alone. Got all 10 reps under the time cap, but just didn't quite get to the finish line. But either way, it's good enough for the top score in the heat and the 2nd best performance we've seen in this workout so far.
Top time still belongs to Gabby McClelland, 11 minutes, 30.45 seconds. We'll see if anybody can beat that in the 3rd and final heat. One heat remains for the women in their 2nd final event of the opening day of competition here at the Syndicate Crown at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez, Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. Your overall standings after one event, Paulina Haro and Christine Kohlenbrander tied with 100 points. Gabby McClelland, who still has the top time in this event, sits in 3rd, followed by Roran Scott and Madison McElhaney. She and Olivia Schulich in a 3-way tie for 5th place. Oregon Trail, event number 2.
Yeah, we're going to do 30 calories on the Echo bike, tank push between each movement, and then the dumbbell movement's going to change each time. Start with dumbbell burpee deadlifts, then dumbbell hang snatches, then 10 devil's press. The rep scheme, of course, goes 30, 20, 10, and between every movement except the last, there's always a tank push there.
That's middle round is where we've seen some athletes make a move here, and we saw it in heat number 2 with Allison Ralphs.
Yep, 20-20 vision, as in the 20 calories on the bike and the 20 double dumbbell snatches. That's where we saw Allison Ralphs make a move. Talking to some athletes beforehand, that's what they were really focused on, making a push. It also means you have to put the hammer down much sooner than you want, because you're going to have to still do that round of 10 after making that big push.
Let's go down to the competition floor, and Nikki Brazier standing by.
This is the 2nd year in a row that we've seen the Torque tank sled here in competition, but a couple differences this year. First, as you've already seen, the athletes do have to put their hands on this lower bar here when they push. But according to Josh Arcana, who did the programming here, the real difference is the length of the competition floor. This year's competition floor is twice as long. The distance to push the sled is twice as long, and that is meaning that the athletes have to work twice as hard to keep the tank in their lane.
10 women in this 3rd and final heat. Lane number 6, Christy Aramo O'Connell, looking to get back to the games after qualifying out of the last chance qualifier last year.
And this workout was so much work with your legs here, whether it's the bike, the tank push, the explosive hip opening with the dumbbell. Christy excels with leg strength endurance. And then Alexis Raptis. That's Ariel Lowen, another athlete looking to do well in this event. But Alexis Raptis, I was just saying, sitting in 12th after the snatch event, hoping that this is the year she can get over the hump and qualify. She's going to have to make a move in this event.
Only one woman has completed this entire event inside the 12-minute time cap. That was Gabby McClelland, who did it in heat number 1, 11 minutes, 30.45 seconds. 30 calories to open up here on the Echo bike.
see Christine Best, eyes closed, doesn't even want to take a look at the screen. Everyone knows if you stare at the screen, the calories count slower.
A watch pot never boils, and a watched monitor on an Echo Bike never moves. There's Haley Adams, who got through her first event with a tie for 23rd, which will most likely be her worst finish of this weekend. And now is when she can pile up some points.
And talking to her, you know, before this, talked to her during athlete check-in. She knew, she admitted, hey, this first event, not going to be my best, but after that, watch out. She hit her goal in that first event. She said she wanted to break 195 beforehand. She hit 200. Now it's time to really let it fly. One thing to note here, though, we did talk to her. She said she doesn't test the workouts in their entirety. She said she doesn't like to know. She doesn't like to have that expectation. She just likes to be able to go out and attack it without necessarily a previous time or agenda to try to have to beat.
Christine Best, Ariel Lowen, and Haley Adams are the first 3 women onto the tank. And Alexis Raptis is there as well. The top of your screen is Christine Best. Now she's in the bottom right, pardon me, with the white headband. The Haley Adams is right there with her. And Adams is going to get her tank across the yellow line a fraction of a second ahead of Best. And now the 30 double dumbbell burpee deadlifts.
And the only athlete to finish so far, Gabby McClellan, finished these 30 burpee deadlifts just after the 4-minute mark. So that's about the pace we're looking at here in this first round of 30.
Haley Adams and Christine Best fighting for the lead in this opening round, but as we saw in the last heat, it was the second round that really proved to be the difference. That's when Allison Rauch was able to take the lead. Didn't finish the whole event, but got through all the reps, just didn't get across the finish line inside of 12 minutes.
And I think the difference here, too, is if you have an athlete like, say, Haley Adams that's out in front, I mean, we've seen enough from her to know that if she jumps out in front in a workout like this, she's got the aerobic capacity, she's got the gas tank to hold on and keep the hammer down. That is what's made her so successful at the games.
Adams is in the lead. Her judge's hand is in the air. She has now 4 reps remaining on this set of 30. And we're still inside 4 minutes. 3:46 gone by. Final rep for Adams. And she is done. She'll move the dumbbells forward, back to the tank for another 75-foot push. Christine Best is now done with her deadlift, and she'll move back to the tank in second place. Adams and Best, first 2 back to the tank, and now Ariel Lowen in the white top, along with Emily White down at the bottom of your screen in the yellow. Christy Aramo O'Connell and Alexis Raptis back on the tank as well. Colin Brander and Semenza are getting to work there on the far right side. You can't see them on your screen just yet as Haley Adams gets to the bike just ahead of Christine Best. 20 calories now to complete. Christine Best continuing to work through her 20 calories.
Emily White had a good performance in that first event, 225 on the complex, put her in a tie for 5th. Right now she's towards the front half of this event. She's one of the athletes that came out swinging in his first day, really leverage a couple of strong performances in day one to potentially keep her in a qualifying position.
Haley Adams, judge's hand in the air. She has now 2 calories to go, now 1, and she'll get back to the tank, trying to separate herself from Christine Best. The two of them pretty even after round number 1. 6:05 gone by. We're more than halfway through the allotted time in this event. Judge's hand in the air for Ariel Lowen as Christine Best in the upper part of your screen in that black top and dark green pants is onto her tank push for the third time making. (11 minutes 30.45 seconds is the time to beat from Gabby McClellan. That was back in heat number 1.
And Gabby finished the second sled at 7 minutes on the dot. It looks like Haley is about 20 seconds ahead of that pace already.
Adams now to the 20 hang snatches. Christine Best has just closed out her tank push, and she will join Adams on the dumbbells.
And she was right around that 7-minute mark, maybe a few seconds ahead. So she's also competing with someone from that earlier heat, not just Haley Adams in front of her.
Final reps for Haley Adams. And she'll move back to the tank, putting some distance between herself and Christine Best. Adams passing Paige Semenza, who's just now getting back to the dumbbells for the second time. And Christine Kohlenbrander in lane 2, who came in tied with Paulina Harrow for the overall lead, is way back in this heat. She's at the right side of your screen, just left the camera's view. Christine Best is now back onto the tank as Haley Adams will move to the bike for the final time. 10 calories now. Christine Best, upper right-hand part of your screen, as she and 3 other athletes make that are on the tank right now. One of them is Emily White, who's in lane number 1, bottom right-hand part of your screen in the yellow.
And Emily has chewed up some ground on the rest of the competition on this sled push.
And Haley Adams' mom is on the right side cheering on her daughter, who has just 1 calorie left. Adams is done. Final 75-foot tank push for Haley Adams, who came in tied for 23rd after event number 1. And now looking to pick up an event win and 100 points and catapult herself up the overall standings heading into the second day of competition.
Ooh, I think we got to have a race on our hands between Christine Best and Emily White.
Emily White is off the bike and onto the tank before Christine Best. They're in the background as Adams has 10 devil's presses left. And she has 90 seconds, more than 90 seconds, to get through all these reps to take the event win from Gabby McClellan.
In the background on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see Emily White making a move on the sled. She was behind Christine Best getting into the bike, a couple reps ahead of her coming out of the bike, and she really poured it on that last sled portion.
Emily White onto the 10 devil's presses. Haley Adams has one left, and Haley Adams is going to pick up an event win and 100 points to close out day one. Emily White looking to lock up 94 points.
She made up a ton of ground in the back half of this workout.
Make that 96 points for second place. White is in, and she'll get in ahead of Gabby McClellan's time. So McClellan drops to third at 11:30. So Christine Best is trying to get in inside 11 minutes 30 seconds to earn third place in the event.
Look at Alexis Raptis. She just made up 3 or 4 reps on Christine Best on these Devil's Press. She might actually sneak in ahead of Best.
Raptis staring at a fourth place finish now, and she is in as Gabby McClellan's top time from heat number 1 will be good enough for third. Now Best is in. She'll take fifth in the event.
I mean, that could be a huge swap of points right there for Alexis Raptis, someone that's trying to get up into the top 5.
Ariel Lowen now across the finish line inside the 12-minute time cap. Paige Semenza is your leader on the floor. She has 4 reps remaining on the Devil's Presses, and she's not going to be able to make it. Olivia Sulik was trying to gut through those final reps as well, but Haley Adams picks up the event win as she demolishes the top time, picks up 100 points, and she will move way up the standings as a result.
And a couple athletes looking to make up some ground after a less than stellar opening to this weekend. Haley Adams, Ariel Lowen, 2 games athletes from 2021, setting the pace early on out in front of the pack. But really, by the time we got through the first 30 dumbbells, Haley Adams had pretty much planted her flag at the front of this workout. She was the first one back to the sled, and she just continued to build from there. This is the tenacity that has made her a podium threat the last 3 years. You know, able to shake off a rough start, able to come back and pour it all into this nasty workout that most people haven't even been able to finish, and she does so going away. 1 minute to spare. 100 points certainly eased the sting of a rough finish to start the day.
Haley Adams coming in tied for 23rd after event number 1, picks up the event win. Your unofficial times here: Adams, the only woman to go sub 11 at 10:49. Emily White will finish in second. Gabby McClellan, who had the top time out of heat number 1, she drops into third place in that event. Raptis and Best rounding out the top 5. The women are done with their 2 events for the day. The men will be coming up next as Haley Adams makes her way over to Nikki Brazier. Let's go down to the competition floor with Nikki.
Still a little bit out of breath, and I totally understand, Haley. There were so many women that got caught up in every single part of that event, but you managed to keep your gas pedal going the entire time. How?
I had a fire under my butt after the last event, so I had no choice but to send it. So.
I know that we started out with a weightlifting event, not traditionally your favorite, but you had been working on it, so how did it go for you?
I could barely clean 205 at the games last year, and I hit 200 for 3. So while everyone else is a lot stronger, I'm getting stronger for myself, and I can't be mad about that.
That's right. Now, we've got all these events under your belt. Day 1 coming to a close. When you look ahead to the weekend, what are you most excited about?
I'm very excited for the GHD event, and yeah, just some CrossFit.
So congrats. Thanks.
Thank you.
Haley Adams with the event win to close out her opening day of competition. Men are coming up next. We'll have light coverage of Heat 1. Tommy and I return for Heat 2. Stay with us, everybody.
seconds. Stand by. All right, let's talk about this test. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what they could have called this, Mike? They could have called this lactate threshold. But instead, they chose to call it the Oregon Trail. 30 calories on that road until lactate kicks off, followed by a dance with that short tank. And that dance continues to a different beat. And there the road goes up. Double dumbbell buggy demonstrating 140 minutes back. To that line for 20 counts and back position dumbbells. Your double dumbbell handstand. And then say, double pressure, double dumbbells like a happy 50 pounds apiece. So lane number 6, Tex Hopkins, first athlete. Off of that road level, right in that tank push. Lane number 5, Mike Evans, and lane number 3, James Sprague, your 1, 2, and 3 at the 1:15 marker. You are right, Hopkins hopping on that, a big lead. Eyes on the prize. And the eyes going up and up, and that can't move again. With him first. That's a lot of work, Mike, in a short amount of time. He's got 30. A little double burpee in this. 250-pound rope dumbbells for the fellas. So Mac, the results have kind of been scattered. Some of the heat is perfect, you can't come out the first one. But in others, we've seen a complete reversal and a mix-up on the past few minutes of this event. Hopkins was the first one too. Those dumbbells. But like you said earlier, Mike, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. We're going to see how everything unfolds here in the Oregon Trail.
We saw all of our gentlemen out here throwing bad weight around earlier. Now we just want to see what kind of engine they got.
Right you are.
Tap into that gas tank a little bit here and see what they got. Finish out day number 1.
Hey, Mike, you know what would be cool? Is if somebody won this event on their 20th birthday. James Sprague. Let's see if you can do it, brother.
Once again, watching for those judges' hands to go up just like that. Hands are up for James Sprague. Oh, not on.
I think Sprague. working is busy and the next two, every second counts. Fisher, smells like all the two squad, it looks like not that standing, trying to take it from the lane 9. Now running to the something else, 10 presses to go. Your leader here, he's number 1.
2 heats remain for the men in their final event of day number 1 here at the Syndicate Crown from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Day 1 of our semifinal coverage presented by Noble. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez and Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor. Event number 2 is the Oregon Trail.
A little bit of bike work, a little bit of dumbbell work, some tank pushes in between. The reps are going to go 30, 20, 10 with each round. The dumbbell movements are going to change, ranging from dumbbell burpee deadlifts to double hang snatches to devil's press to close it out. 12-minute cap and 50 pounds in each hand for the men.
Recipe for success. If you watch that first heat, and if you watch the women, that round of 20 is really the difference maker in this event.
Yeah, those 20s on the bike and the dumbbell are crucial as far as where you're going to make your push to separate yourself from the workout. Talking with some athletes earlier, it felt like anything after that was too late, so you got to put the hammer down earlier than you expect.
10 men in the second of 3 heats, and your overall leader, the man tied for first place, Roldan Goldbaum, rather, is in second. He is in lane number 3, and he had a great opening event.
Yeah, definitely showcased some gas in those legs in the first event so far. We're about to find out what kind of gas it fuels for. Is it a dragster or a rally car? Does he have the engine behind it?
Then in lane 5, Brian Wynn tied for 12th place after event number 1, looking to crack the top 10. Heading into Saturday.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, he had a couple home run events last year at the West Coast Classic. Sitting in 12th right now, this falls in line with something that he's great at. We could see him move up into the top 10.
Overall standings coming into this event, Tudor Magda and Griffin Raleigh tied for first place. The two of them lifted 345 pounds in the barbell complex. Goldbaum, who we're about to see, sits in 3rd place, just 8 points back. Justin Medeiros and Scott Panchik tied for 4th. At 88 points, and it's Jacob Pfaff, who right now sits in 6th. James Sprague, the birthday boy, has the time to beat. He was the only man to go sub 10 in the opening heat, 9 minutes, 14.98 seconds.
How's that for a birthday present? Hey, James, you're turning 20 today. Your reward, your present, 60 calories on the Echo bike as hard as you can.
In heat number 1, we saw Dex Hopkins get off the bike first. And he was off the lead pace by round 3. That's Scott Tetlow in lane 8. Onto the tank ahead of everybody else. Down in lane 1, Matt Poulin is onto the tank. He's in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. And now Raymond Romanek in lane 10. 3 men onto the tank. 75 feet, they got to cross that yellow line, and then 30 double dumbbell burpee deadlifts at 50 pounds. Tetlow is across. Scott Tetlow, a former high school football player, played defensive line at Pinecrest High School. He's also a catcher for his high school on the baseball team.
Nice multi-sport athlete. You know, Tetlow qualified for the games in 2020, but he did so out of the open. And, you know, there's been a distinction in the last couple of years between athletes that have been able to find success virtually versus those who have excelled in live competition. Tetlow, one of those athletes that's trying to change that just a little bit and be able to qualify in this new format as well.
There's Raymond Romanek in lane 10 at the far end of the floor from Matt Poulin, who is in second place. Tetlow is a couple lanes down from Romanek. .914.98 seconds from James Sprague is your top time. Tetlow in his final reps here for this opening set of 30 dumbbell deadlifts with the burpee in there. Tied for 21st after event number 1.
And he's moving with a sense of urgency like he needs to make up some ground after that 21st place finish.
See James Sprague's time in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Tetlow and Poulin back onto the tank for their second 75-foot push. After this, it's the 20 calories on the bike, and Poulin is looking to pass Tetlow for first here. The two of them are dead even.
Poulin chasing his brute strength teammate, James Sprague. They both trained out of the same camp. Poulin isn't located in Naples, but he does get to go against those times on a daily basis.
Poulin and Tetlow apparently got the memo about the black shirt and maroon shorts. Raymond Romanek at the top of your screen in the blue shorts is in third place. And he'll be the third man back to the bike as we approach the 5-minute mark. 12-minute time cap here in event number 2, Oregon Trail, the final event of day number 1 for the individuals. 6 total events over 3 days of competition that these men will face. Top 5 men at the end of the weekend will advance the CrossFit Games. Matt Poulin has now passed Scott Tetlow. Poulin onto the tank, and he has about 10 feet down before Tetlow gets to work. Tetlow at the top of your screen, who is in first place following round number 1. $75 feet back to those 50-pound dumbbells, and then it's 20 hang snatches. Matt Poulin getting to work on his 20 reps. Here comes Scott Tetlow.
You mentioned the matching outfits. They also had matching 300-pound lifts in that first event. Matt Poulin trying to back up his performance in the Open, finished second worldwide behind Saxon Panchik. One of the surprise athletes that we see show up inside the top 10 every year. For the longest time, one of my favorite stats is that there was an athlete that would show up in the top 10 for the first time and then go on to qualify as a rookie. Someone like Matt Poulin hoping to revive that stat in the modern era.
Poulin making quick work of these 20 hang snatches. He's done. And now back to the tank. It's been a two-man battle for first place since the beginning of this event between Poulin on the left and Tetlow on the right. Raymond Romanek, who's in lane 10 in the upper right-hand part of your screen in the light blue shorts, was in third place to close out round number 1. Now Tetlow starting to gain a little ground on Poulin on the return trip. 9:14.98 seconds from James Sprague, celebrating his 20th birthday today. That's your top time. Sprague put that up in heat number 2, or heat 1, pardon me.
One thing we haven't talked about yet, too, is the stress that this sled puts on your feet and calves. The way this sled is built, the resistance, it kind of winds up as you push it. So there's kind of a sweet spot where you don't want to push too much to build that resistance, and having that be constant really, really puts some stress on your feet. It's one of those workouts where you get done, you just want to take your shoes off.
Poulin maintaining a lead over Tetlow. Poulin on the left, Tetlow on the right. And last year when the torque tank was introduced, the athletes could push it however they want. We saw a lot of them just put their shoulders on it. This year at the Syndicate Crown, they are requiring them to push it on that bottom handle.
And you know, when you get to use those high handles, you can basically prop your shoulders and let your natural body weight fall into the sled to try and kickstart that. Leverage your body weight into the implement, but you know, you can't really do that with that low handle. Got to have a firm grip. You're seeing it. You can't really shorten the distance between you and the sled by keeping those arms extended. Just makes it that much harder in every way.
It looks like James Sprague's top time is going to be safe. The next best time after Sprague belongs to Hal Fisher, 10:28.60 seconds. And Poulin has a shot at beating that.
That's twice in the last 2 lengths on the sled that Poulin has had to make that correction. You know, if he misses out by a second, half second here, little costly mistakes for something that's as innocuous as, you know, adjusting your sled.
10 Devil's Presses remain as now Scott Tetlow is starting to be challenged by Evan Rogers in lane 9 for second. Tetlow getting to the dumbbells just ahead of Rogers as Poulin got hit with a no rep.
Looked like he didn't get his chest to the floor. One of the things you have to be mindful of with the dumbbells, as they rattle and you put them back on the ground, if they come together, they can physically block you from getting your chest all the way to the ground in a Devil's Press.
The Poulin looking at a heat win here and trying to slide into second place in the event behind James Sprague.
But then Tetlow just got hit with a no rep as well.
2 reps left for Poulin, and he's in. The Poulin's time is now the second best in the event, 10:12.52 seconds. Scott Tetlow's girlfriend on the left, trying to get him across the finish line as quickly as possible. He can still get 4th right now in the event as Evan Rogers sneaks in ahead of him.
Whoa, came from almost nowhere.
The Tetlow is in. The Rogers will have now the 4th best time in the event. Tetlow with the 5th best result so far.
Rogers early on was in the middle of the pack. Made a huge push in that round of 10.
Tristan Majorano is in lane 7, and he's across. Jacob Pfaff is in.
Alex Smith finishing up.
That's Brian Wynn, who will get inside that 12-minute time cap as he just heaves himself up onto the finish mat.
We all know that feeling.
Goldbaum is in as well. Ari getting in just inside the 12-minute mark. So every man in that heat able to finish inside the 12-minute time cap. Matt Poulin is going to win the heat at 10:12.52 seconds. That's good enough now for second place in the event with 1 heat remaining.
And the bar was set pretty high from James Sprague in an earlier heat at 9:14. And early on, It was Scott Tetlow setting the pace, trying to chase down Sprague's time. First athlete to the dumbbell deadlifts. He was followed closely behind by Matt Poulin, Sprague's teammate from Brute Strength. And during that round of 20 on the Echo bike, that's when Poulin was able to make a move and pull into the overall lead. And it was pretty much back and forth the entire way between Poulin and Tetlow. Poulin able to hold off in those final few reps, got a no rep in that last 10, but able to bounce back quickly. And even though he couldn't get his teammate Sprague's time, it was good enough for first in his heat in a top performance through 2 heats overall.
Matt Poulin wins the heat, 10:12.52 seconds. Final heat coming up next. We are down to the final heat of the opening day of competition here at the Syndicate Crown from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thanks so much for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Nikki Brazier is the third member of our broadcast team. She is down on the competition floor. We'll check in with her in a second. After one event, this is where we stand for the men. Tudor Magda and Griffin Raleigh both tied atop the leaderboard with 100 points as the two of them tied for the win in event number 1. Roldan Goldbaum, who we just saw compete, came in third place overall. Justin Medeiros and Scott Panchik tied for 4th with Jacob Pfaff, 8 points back of them in 6th. Event number 2, presented by Arasti, is the Oregon Trail. Just don't die of dysentery.
You definitely don't want to. You're going to have to cock the wagon and float it on this one, especially with the 30 cal Echo bike at the front. You got 30 dumbbell deadlifts, burpee deadlifts, excuse me. The reps go down 20, 20, 10, 10, but the dumbbell changes each time to hang snatches, then devil's press. You're always going to push that tank in between.
In heat number 2, we saw Matt Poulin take the lead for good. So that round of 20 is key here.
Yeah, Matt Poulin and James Sprague, both heat winners, really made a push in that round of 20 with the 20 cal bike and the 20 dumbbell deadlifts. And there's a point where you just have to make a decision to put that hammer down. And for a lot of athletes, it's coming sooner than they expect because this is a tough one.
10 men in this third and final heat, and 2 men who have stood atop the podium at the CrossFit Games. Justin Medeiros did it last year. Ben Smith did it back in 2015. And for more on him, here's Nikki Brazier.
Even after all of these years of competition, walking out onto the floor is still not old hat for Ben Smith. He said that he is actually actively working on his mental game more than anything else now that he's a father and a business owner, and life catches up to you. It gets a little bit more difficult to dedicate all of your time to training, and that means that his mental game needs to be stronger than ever.
Ben Smith, the wily old veteran. That man, Tudor Magda, as you mentioned earlier, was 7 years old when Ben Smith first showed up at the CrossFit Games.
It just goes to show this new era of athletes coming into the sport. And right now, Tudor tied for the overall lead at 3:45, a former teenage champ. Impressive start for him. And then Jason Hopper, last year's MAC champion in the semifinals. Anytime you mention the Echo bike, you have to mention Jason Hopper. He's excellent on the machines. He won the Echo bike workout at Rogue and at Wodapalooza.
Third and final heat is underway, and everybody's still trying to track down James Sprague. 9:14.98 seconds. He's the only man to go sub 10 in this event. Matt Poulin has the next best time, nearly a minute behind that, at 10:12.52 seconds, and we begin with those 30 calories on the Echo Bike. There's Justin Medeiros, who comes in tied for 4th after event number 1 with the man on the right of your screen in the black hat, Scott Panchik.
You can see that beautiful set of neck curtains Justin's always rocking, floating off of the air, that Echo Bike fan.
Will Morad, first man off the bike, and he is on to the tank. Morad coming in tied for 17th after one event.
Morad finished 20th at the games last year. Another athlete coming in with games expectations. Didn't quite have the start that he wanted in that first event. So he mentioned that he thought the top time might be around 9.5 minutes. We've already seen the time beat that. Maybe he can put something up on the board that's at least close.
Garrett Clark was off the tank just ahead of Morad and Grayshaber. And then down in lane 10, Mark Hutchinson is onto the dumbbells as well. Justin Medeiros, Scott Panchik getting to work, and now Ben Smith will be the last man done with the tank. Top 3 on your screen on the left side, that's Garrett Clark, and then on the right, Will Morad in the black shirt, or black shorts, pardon me. And then Cole Grayshaber next to him in the red.
I like the progression here with the dumbbells, right? If you start at the end and look at the Devil's Press, everything else that comes before it is basically a deconstructed version, kind of like those salads and the fancy cooking shows that you like to watch all the time, Sean.
Tommy, you've been chopped. 30 repetitions here on the double dumbbell burpee deadlifts. Justin Medeiros and Scott Panchik in the middle of your screen have moved into the lead. The two of them tied in event number 1. They both come in tied for 4th place after lifting 335 pounds in the barbell complex. Medeiros' judge's hand is in the air. Cole Grayshaber's hand is in the air as well. But Grayshaber looks like he's going to be the first man back to the tank. Final rep for Grayshaber on the right in the red shorts. Moves the dumbbells and he'll go back to the tank. Garrett Clark also done as well down in lane number 1. Justin Medeiros has moved into 2nd behind Grayshaber. Jason Hopper sits in 4th. He's in the white shirt. Scott Panchik in 5th. Tudor Magda and Mark Hutchinson now back to the tank. And in lane number 7, Will Morad, who is the first man off the bike on those initial 30 calories, is making his way back down the floor. Grayshaber back to the bike. And here comes Medeiros and Garrett Clark. 20 calories on the Echo Bike. Time to beat still belongs to James Sprague at 9:14.98 seconds.
Grayshaber, another one of those teenage athletes we expect to see at the game sooner rather than later. But Jason Hopper, I mentioned how good he is on the bike. You can see him putting in a good pace already. He trains with HWPO, and talking to Matt Fraser about some of the things that Hopper excels at, and he said, man, he's one of the best I've ever seen on the machines. He's done some bike work that I don't think anyone else on the planet can touch.
But Jason Hopper, a former walk-on wide receiver at Clemson. As we are in the middle round of this event, the 20 calories on the Echo Bike, and Jason Hopper's judge's hand is in the air along with Cole Grayshaber. Garrett Clark's judge's hand is in the air as well, and Hopper's going to be the first man off the bike as he is in the lead now. He took a look to his left to see Cole Grayshaber getting out of the tank. Justin Medeiros is still hanging out inside the top 3. Third man to the tank, and now bottom left-hand part of your screen is Garrett Clark.
You mentioned Jason Hopper playing for the University of Clemson in football. Football players, no stranger to pushing a sled, but as a wide receiver, let's be honest, usually push a sled as punishment. His reward for switching sports, he gets to do it for fun.
Hopper will be the first man done with his tank push. Now 20 double dumbbell hang snatches, 50 pounds in each hand. Cole Grayshaber is in second, and Justin Medeiros is in third place in this heat. Garrett Clark, who is on the far left of your screen, you just saw him leave your view. He is in fourth, and now Scott Panchik is in fifth. Jason Hopper on the left side in the white shirt now with 5 reps remaining. Cole Grayshaber, judge's hand is in the air. Grayshaber still in second place here. Hopper is done, back to the tank. And now Jason Hopper's opened up a little bit of a lead on Cole Grayshaber. Grayshaber is going to hustle back to the tank to try to catch up with Hopper here.
And then Hopper's going to have to make an adjustment with the sled, though, because he started off at an angle. Just like he did in the previous round, he's going to have to kind of take a quick pause to adjust.
And he does. And that's going to allow Cole Grayshaber to chew into that lead. And now they are almost even. Hopper with a little more than a tank length on him.
And, you know, Hopper walked around to the front to adjust the sled. You don't have to do that. You can pick up the back end. We've seen other athletes do that.
Hopper back to the bike, final 10 calories. Grayshaber still in second place. Less than 2 minutes before we hit James Sprague's top time of 9:14.98 seconds. Top 2 on the screen, Hopper on the left, Grayshaber on the right. Justin Medeiros is still in third. Scott Panchik is moving up on Garrett Clark for fourth place. Hopper done and back to the tank for the final time, looking over to see where Grayshaber is. Grayshaber still has a calorie to knock out. Now he is done.
Hopper did that 23 seconds. And this is huge because Hopper and Grayshaber are tied for 7th right now after that first event. So if you're talking about the race to get inside the top 5, he's pulling ahead of someone he's in direct competition with right now.
Hopper's got to make an adjustment to the sled once again, or to the tank. But he's still ahead of Grayshaber. Ben Smith now just making his trip back to the bike for his 10 calories. Now 10 devil's press remain for Jason Hopper.
He's going to have to push to try and get James Sprague's time, and you can't help but think about all those adjustments on the sled if it comes down to a matter of 1 or 2 seconds.
Hopper with 2 of his 10 reps down. He's going to have to really push it here to beat Sprague. Grayshaber now is on to his final 10 dumbbell movements, 10 devil's presses. It looks like James Sprague is going to celebrate his birthday with an event win. Jason Hopper can lock up 96 points with a second place finish, and Hopper is in. 9:21.26 seconds. Second man to go sub 10. Second place finish in the event. Grayshaber is across. He goes sub 10. He'll finish third. Now Justin Medeiros looking to finish up in fourth, as Will Morad, Scott Panchik, and Garrett Clark are in a battle for fourth place in the heat.
Oh man, Morad and Panchik are in lockstep right now. Feels like shades of the old Central East Regional.
Final couple reps for Medeiros. And Medeiros is in. That'll move him into fourth place in the event.
Panchik's pulled about a rep ahead of Garrett Clark.
Garrett Clark's on the left. Panchik and Morad on the right. And Morad is in ahead of Panchik. Panchik is across. Garrett Clark will finally get across. Clark will finish 6th in the heat, 10th in the event. Morad will get 6th place in the event, and Panchik will finish 7th as Griffin Raleigh, who came in tied for the overall lead, is looking to close out his day of competition. Tudor Magda is also still on the floor. Raleigh gets in ahead of Magda. Those two had the lead after the first event, and that is a rough landing from Tudor Magda.
Yeah, you try to go down too soon before those dumbbells settle. You can roll over the top of your wrist there. Looks like he's all right, though.
Now Magda is across. Mark Hutchinson is in. And that leaves Ben Smith as the only man left on the competition floor. He just got hit with a no rep, has to redo that one, and now he has 5 remaining and 20 seconds in which to complete them. The 2015 fittest man on earth, Ben Smith. And that will close out day 1 of competition here at the Syndicate Crown. Jason Hopper will win the heat and take 2nd place in the event and lock up 96 points. He came in tied for 7th place overall, looking to be inside the top 5 heading into day number 2.
We expected to see some competitive times from some of the big boys coming out of quarterfinals. Justin Medeiros, Scott Panchik, Jason Hopper, the top 3 athletes competing at semifinals in the MAC last year, running it back here at the Syndicate Crown. But a newcomer, Garrett Clark, throws his name into the mix during the early rounds. It's pretty close overall with Cole Grayshaver as well, another teenage athlete trying to make his mark. But Jason Hopper, one of the best in the world on the bike, really pulled ahead during the 20-calorie Echo bike. And from there, he never looked back. This round of 10, he did in 23 seconds. After all that work, being able to pour in and do it that fast, impressive work from Hopper. He got a good push still from Cole Grayshaver and the champ, Justin Medeiros, just on his heels. And even though he was just a few seconds shy of James Sprague top time, a heat win and a much-needed 94 points for Hopper hopefully moves him into the top 5.
Jason Hopper, 2nd place finish in the event as James Sprague celebrates his 20th birthday with an event win and 100 points. Cole Grayshaver finishes in 3rd, and for the 2nd straight event, Justin Medeiros takes 4th. Matt Poulin finishes in 5th. And Jason Hopper is with Nikki Brazier.
Jason, you finished the last 10 calories in 23 seconds. Yeah. I think that's the definition of the pain cave. And I've got to know, how do you convince yourself to go there at the end of an event like that?
Well, with 10 calories left, it's all about thinking there's light at the end of the tunnel. All the hard work is over at that point, and it's just about finishing. So that's what you got to think about.
Now, I know that in the last year, since last year, this past season, you've been training with the champ. You've got Matt Fraser in your corner now. How has that changed up your training to prepare you for this event?
So much. He's just the wisest dude when it comes to approaching workouts, approaching competitions. And so just even like that, like him telling me what I need to do, what I need to think about, just sets me up perfectly to succeed. And so he really has my best interest in mind, which is just Matt, if you know him. He's just a kind dude, and he loves us. And so just, it's unbelievably awesome. So, yeah.
Well, congrats.
Thank you.
Jason Hopper locking up 96 points to close out day number 1. After 2 events, this is where we stand at the Syndicate Crown, and we'll start with the teams. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, they were perfect on day number 1. They lead Training Think Tank by 25 points. CrossFit Nashville sits in 3rd, followed by CrossFit Overtake Team Density, and then Blues City CrossFit Gold in that 5th and final qualifying spot. They lead CrossFit CLT by just 5 points. On the women's side, Gabby McClelland with a 4-point lead over Emily White. Christine Kohlenbrander sits in third. Olivia Sulik is in fourth. And Alexis Raptis and Paige Semenza both tied at 144 points. Paulina Haro sits in seventh. She's just 4 points back of fifth place. For all the updated standings, including the men's standings, when they update, you can go to games.crossfit.com and be sure to keep an eye on all the other action going on this weekend at the Lowlands Throwdown and at the Torian Pro. Started the day with some heavy weights, and then we ended it with a rolling tank. A lot of fun here on day number 1 at the Syndicate Crown, and we're just getting started. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. For Tommy Marquez and Nikki Brazier, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks for joining us at the Syndicate Crown.